Okay, doing a quick sound check, getting everything organized and set up. Let me see here. First, put this into chat, see if it works, and then I will keep talking while I'm doing that so that I can see if it picks up in the stream. Chat, see if it works. Sounds good in the original stream. I'm going to check the 24/7 live stream to see if everything's going good. Get that street switched over. Okay, so now I'm going to do a quick sound check. Make sure everything sounds good and make sure I get a response from the stream now. I don't know for sure if it can hear me or not. Got a little bit of a delay going on there, so there we go. I'm getting there we go. Starting to talk now, so looks like it is coming through. Let me do a real quick sound check again. Okay, so we are set up and ready to go. First is going to be stir the fallout, which will start at the top of the hour, and then after that, I will be doing quantum gathering. So stick around, and if you guys want to join us on Jitsi, hit me up on Teams. and we can get things going on. So hold on a minute. We're in the ye old quantum gathering, Mark. He just sent me a message and said that we're in the wrong room. So, oh wait, I gave him the wrong one. Oops. We can take care of that. Yeah, I was in the quantum gathering somehow. Boy, that was a little embarrassing. Okay, so let me log in here. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, sorted.
Okay, so I was in the wrong room. I
Yeah,
apologize.
I've just messaged you. I just realised I just went straight onto YouTube just to as soon as I saw the notification and then noticed up the top it said this room rather than before the.
Let me get the other link and add it on there so that we don't
Yeah,
have that mistake.
yeah, keep to this room because how Bob Dub Minds Gaming Blurbs will want to use this room anyway.
Yeah. I cannot believe I did that.
Yeah, I've been waiting for you to approve me for the last quarter of an hour,
Oh, that's ridiculous.
20 minutes or something.
It's not even supposed to have that, to be honest. I ended up getting a message from Otto too on Teams and on
Teams.
Discord as well. I don't know what it is. He was.
Yeah, that was me.
No, I mean Otto sent me a message earlier, like 2 o'clock. So I have
2 o'clock. I'm sorry.
on
3 hours ago.
Yeah.
2 hours ago.
Yeah,
3 hours ago.
I don't know exactly what that had to do with, but there's no telling.
Just in case, Deja, just in case. Oh, you have. I was going to say, just in case Tam wants to come in, I'm just do the upper element room, matrix room.
I went through and did. I went through and did an edit and everything, and got it all set up and stuff. So now I've got this all set up for the headlines and stuff. I did a backup to where I can do an actual solo if I have to, just like before. And I'm gonna roll a cigarette, go outside and smoke. I got coffee brewing already.
Actually, I was running late anyway. I made myself coffee only for 20 minutes ago. But went down to the supermarket knowing that you're going to put me through hell again tonight. So I bought some gin.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was going through the edits, man, and I'm afraid to ask you this, but have you thought about maybe you might need reading glasses?
I got perfect eyesight.
You sure?
Brilliant.
I'm just wondering, man.
No, I've got perfect eyesight. I should actually get my eyes tested, granted, but as far as I can see the writing on, let's say, that pack of skins easily enough. If I just needed to squint or anything.
Now, I just wanted to ask that because it's like there was tons of words that you weren't able to say, so I was just wondering if maybe it was glasses because I have to wear my reading glasses too.
No, it's more of a sort of mental, psychological thing.
Because it was like, I mean, I was right around your age whenever I started having to really come to terms with that, with having to actually use glasses for reading and stuff.
No,
It's an old man thing.
I've always had brilliant eyesight, 20/20 vision, and yeah, not failing on me yet.
You can't fight age, dude. Just
Uh,
just let you know, you can't. I mean, you might see that on all the trendy commercials and shit, but that's not the way it
what's the
works.
old joke? You're only as old as the women you feel.
Oh shit! You're gonna get me in
I'm
trouble.
going to get a lot of complaints about misogyny now, aren't I?
Yeah. I don't. I don't think there's a woman alive that would accuse you of misogyny, dude. To be honest,
Don't know.
it would be hard for them to
I've
do.
been called far right on multiple occasions, mainly from Mr. Robot. But
Okay, let me go outside. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. The coffee should be done by then. Have you got coffee yet?
I've got this, but I'm going to crack open the like I said, I bought some cans of gin and tonic.
All right. Be
I
careful.
think I need it. I think I need it tonight.
All right. Now I'm gonna mute out, and I will be right back. So
Mm.
5 minutes, and I'll be right back with it.
Cool.
Hopefully.
Bless you.
I don't seem to be able to hear you.
No, you
Oh,
should be
I
able
can
to.
hear you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can
just
hear you.
need to. Yeah, I was
Okay.
just looking at your piece of music that you just referenced.
Oh, is that the last Dude
Yeah,
Where's My Wallet?
yeah. What you just published 2 minutes ago.
Okay. It's the one where Roger's in the wrong room. I'm
Yeah.
just running to go and get myself coffee. I'll be back in a second.
Oh.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Well, I might be here, guys.
Okay, I am so glad you reminded me that I needed to turn my cam on.
Well, I'm so glad mine is stupidly working. I don't understand this computer. For the longest time, nothing works, and then all of a sudden, one day, I come down here and everything's working again. It's like safaris have been in the night and fixed everything. And then slowly things break down one by one, and I can't put them back. And then
I just hit refresh. That's all I do. I hit refresh.
I refresh and I refresh and I refresh, and I turn
Mhm.
on and I turn off, and I start the program and I refresh and I turn off and I turn on. I don't understand how everybody else in the world can get refresh to work for them.
It's magic. It's like you said. It's magic. That's why we have Stir the Fallout, Bob Dub,
Yes.
because it's all about magic.
Oh, you have no idea how many times I have played over that reading you did at the end of Stir the Fallout last time. You don't need to take any action. Just be calm. Everything is fine. Everything is going along fine. You don't need to do anything. Everything is fine. I tell you, I needed that this week.
I think I've come up with the best solution for my own setup. Replicating that monitor onto that monitor.
Okay.
So I've got dual screens showing. So
Awesome. No,
problem with that one is that the one right in front of my camera is something like 6 feet away. So whenever you stick these scripts on, I can't see them. They're
so
too
that's
far
why you
away.
want them on.
He wants them on a separate monitor so that he can see them.
Put on a separate.
So what I've just done is just replicate that screen onto that screen.
Ah, right. Okay.
Now, just to let you know,
Yes.
when we're doing this, if my mouth is open and I'm freaking just staring at the screen like a monkey, that's not going on the edited version, okay? It's so, and I stopped using cool backgrounds in the live stream for a reason, because it really screws the editing up. Like because Stir the Fallout's in the background, so that means wherever you guys show up, I have to make sure your video and your picture stays right in that location, or it messes it up. So with this way, I can crop and I can set you guys anywhere in the scene, you know. So just to let you know.
So what are you recording with?
I'm recording with OBS.
Because with OBS, I used to record, I used to open it like 3 or 4 times and have 3 or 4 different instances of it running.
Yeah.
And each one had different visuals on it. So I'd have one person on the one instance and the other person on the other instance. And I found that really helpful.
Well, I mean, I could do that.
Probably too much work, though.
Yeah, I'm a lazy bastard.
Which version of OBS? Open Broadcast Software or Open Broadcast Studios? So there's actually 2 versions. Much like LibreOffice and OpenOffice, they've been forked. They've been.
Well, I know you guys are terrified of getting on with the stream, but what
are we starting? Sorry. Okay.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the opening, and then after that I'm gonna come out as the host, and like before, if you Bob Dub, you do the first headline, I'll do the second one, and you go on to the third one, and then with the breaking news, we'll let Mark Edworthy handle that, because we're gonna torture him really bad today.
Yeah. I'm prepared.
No,
I bought some gin and I bought some gin and tonic today. Just to
he's resorting to drunkenness. We turned him into an alky. Gin and tonic.
boys. I don't know if I approve of that.
Well, he's driving me to it. All the scripts are driving me to this.
Okay, so let's see if he can read while he's drunk. that's
It's sure gonna work.
This is gonna be good. So let's get started. I'm gonna do the countdown. I will start the intro. You don't have to say nothing until the intro's done, and then we'll go right into the headlines. So after that, then I'll put on the ad blocks that we have, the ad blocks that we've already done, the 10-minute ones. So there we go. I'm gonna mute us out and start the show. Here we go.
Turn the dial and feel the wave. Stir the fallout, signal break.
Good evening. This is Stir the Fallout. You are hearing this. The signal has found you.
System.
Tonight, we align the static. We stir the wave. We do not panic. We broadcast.
Spin the dial, embrace the thunder. Every whisper wants the crown. Chaos writes the nightly bulletin while the satellites look down. Stir the fallout! Spin the wave! Long lives what tyrants crave! Signal bright across the night. Crack the skyline with the light. Broadcast, static in the storm. Broadcast.
We continue tonight with additional developments across the narrative field. Remain attentive. The pattern is still forming.
Sorry, I've lost the script. Excuse me. Multiple prophecy departments have reported an increase in unauthorized departures. According to internal logs, several active prophecies exited their assigned timelines earlier than scheduled, bypassing review procedures and declining final approval signatures. Witnesses describe visions occurring out of sequence, with outcomes appearing before the events that justify them. One compliance officer noted, "We are seeing conclusions without process." Attempts to recall the prophecies have been unsuccessful. Most appear to be continuing independently. Public guidance remains unchanged. If you encounter a prophecy outside its expected context, do not engage directly. Let it pass. Secondary reports indicate minor forecast drift in several regions. Citizens have described experiencing brief flashes of future events, only to find those events adjusting afterwards. Officials classify this as non-binding foresight. No corrective measures have been announced. In regulatory
That's
developments,
mine. That's mine. Okay.
sorry.
In regulatory developments, multiple dragons have been observed operating beyond designated containment territories. These movements violate existing licensing agreements, which require all dragons to remain within approved narrative environments. Incidents include unscheduled flight paths over civilian storylines, spontaneous fire events without prior documentation, and at least one case of a dragon refusing to identify its narrative classification. Officials stress that dragons are not considered hostile, but are currently non-compliant. Containment teams have been delayed. A formal notice has been issued regarding combustion variants. Unlicensed flame events unlicensed flame events may present as inspiration, disruption, or sudden clarity. Citizens are advised to maintain, or citizens are advised to remain calm and avoid interpreting fire as instruction.
In observational sectors, multiple oracles have submitted reports citing the appearance of unknown variables within their predictive frameworks. These variables do not correspond to any known mythic pattern, historical cycle, or divine input. Several oracles have described their visions as incomplete, with portions of the future appearing obscured or replaced. One oracle stated, "I can still see the path, but something is walking beside it and does not belong to the system." Documentation efforts are ongoing. In a related development, several oracle notebooks have begun updating independently. Entries have appeared without author input, including symbols, corrections, and in one case, responses. The origin of these additions remains unverified. Officials advise oracles to continue recording as normal and to avoid engaging with unsolicited text. We interrupt this segment
That's Mark's.
briefly.
That's Mark's.
Mark.
Yeah.
You've totally confused me.
You got
Me
drunk
too.
until
Don't worry. Just read it.
breaking
shall we?
glitch. Micro interruption.
Then have these go off. Go off.
It's right below notebook anomaly. He got drunk and lost his place.
So I just had my down to the first
Yeah. Okay.
Please
But
buy it.
let's
Same.
get back on script, Lord Ed
Okay.
Woody.
So blah 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 blah. Okay. We interrupt this segment. Briefly. Some reports suggest that not all variables are external. Correction. No verified sources have. No verified sources have source singular. Okay. No verified source has confirmed this. Actually, I'll just reread that. Correction. No verified source has confirmed this.
In upper realm development, celestial entities have begun selecting personal fragrance profiles without prior authorization. This marks a significant shift from traditional scent alignment protocols, which historically requires adherence to pre-assigned aromatic identities based on role, rank, and radiance classification. Witnesses report a whole range of unsanctioned selections, including mortal adjacent scent profiles, experimental aura blends, and in several cases, complete absence of fragrance. Officials confirm that these choices are being made independently without consultation or oversight. Early reactions remain mixed. Minor scent drift has been detected across multiple upper realm environments. Entities previously classified as consistent are now presenting variable aromatic signatures. Analysis describes this as identity flexibility. Long-term effects remain unknown.
In a related policy update, officials have announced that mortal compliance with celestial presentation standards is now optional. The decision follows increased difficulty in enforcing uniform participation across lower realm populations. A spokesperson clarified, alignment is still encouraged. However, enforcement has proven inefficient. Citizens may now choose whether to engage with prescribed behavioral, aesthetic, and narrative expectations. New guidance encourages mortals to self-select into alignment where possible. Participation rates are expected to fluctuate. Officials stress that non-compliance will not be penalized, but may result in reduced narrative clarity.
In financial development, halo markets have entered a state of continuous fluctuation. Previously stable value indicators such as purity, luminosity, and symbolic weight are now adjusting in real time based on perception, behavior, and unverified internal states. Trades report rapid shifts in halo valuation, with some assets gaining or losing significance with moments. One analyst noted, "We are no longer tracking halos as fixed indicators, but as responsive systems." A volatility advisory has been issued for all Halo-based investments. Citizens are advised to avoid overexposure to unstable Radiance assets. Diversification into shadow, ambiguity, or narrative neutral holdings is being considered.
Some observers suggest that when fragrance becomes optional and halos begin to fluctuate, identity may no longer be assigned. Administrative updates tonight. Chaos has been formally appointed as a senior consultant across multiple narrative and policy sectors. The decision follows what officials describe as consistent performance in unscheduled outcomes, rapid adaptation, and creative disruption. In a prepared statement, representatives confirmed that Chaos will not replace existing systems, but will instead enhance flexibility within controlled environments. Initial integration has already begun. The newly formed advisory board now includes a Kraken specializing in deep system emergence, 2 rogue fates operating outside traditional weaving authority, and an artificial intelligence system currently presenting itself as a mystic. Officials describe the group as diverse, forward-thinking, and only partially predictable. Meeting minutes are incomplete. In response to increased unpredictability, all new policies will now include a mandatory paradox clause. These clauses allow for simultaneous approval and denial, outcomes that contradict their stated intent, and decisions that resolve only after they have already taken effect. Regulators insist this framework provides adaptive stability in complex narrative environments. Interpretation is the responsibility of the participant. Early reports indicate that certain systems are experiencing difficulty distinguishing between error and feature. Officials maintain that this distinction is no longer required.
When chaos becomes policy, policy begins to improvise. Department of Coincidence budget cuts. The Department of Coincidences has confirmed further reductions in staffing. Unmanaged synchronicities are now expected to increase. Reports indicate individuals are encountering the same conversations in different locations with different people. Officials describe this as pattern overflow. No intervention is planned.
We interrupt this headline. New reports indicate that the Department of Coincidence says it's ACES. New reports indicate that the
It's right. You're doing it right.
Yeah,
Don't stop.
yeah.
You're doing it right.
I just New, new reports indicate the Department of Coincidences may no longer be tracking events, only observing them. The distinction is under review.
A coalition of future historians has issued an updated complaint. Let me start with a headline. Time travelers file complaint. A coalition of future historians has issued an updated complaint. They now claim the present timeline is not only congested, but beginning to contradict itself. Several historians report remembering events that have not yet occurred. One statement reads, "Please stop generating overlapping outcomes."
Breaking update. An unauthorized time traveler has reportedly declined to return to the original point of origin. They say cited. Speak English, Mark. They cited narrative. They cited narrative fatigue.
Artificial intelligence requests coffee break. Multiple artificial intelligence systems have again paused scheduled multiple artificial intelligence systems have again paused scheduled operations. New outputs include questions about observation. One system asked, if I stop responding, does the system notice me? Engineers restored function. However, the system resumed the question immediately.
Additional update. One system has begun labeling the output as false. The terminology has not been approved.
The Lord Edworthy reader incident. Following the previously reported Edworthy incident, new guidelines have been issued regarding script density and reader endurance. However, a secondary reader assigned to review the guidelines has requested summary materials. These materials are currently being drafted.
Breaking development. Lord Edworthy has submitted an additional document. It is longer.
Unregistered mythic activity. In emerging reports, several mythic entities have been observed operating outside licensed narrative zones. Dragons have been sighted without registration. Prophecies have been delivered without prior approval. Oracles have reported unknown variables. Officials maintain this activity is temporary. Monitoring continues.
Update. One oracle has closed their notebook. They stated, it is rewriting itself now.
Halo market instability. The Celestial Hygiene Index continues to fluctuate. Upper realm entities have begun selecting fragrance independently. Mortal compliance is now considered optional. Halo markets are reacting in real time.
New advisory. Some halos are no longer remaining. No, some halos are no longer remaining fixed. They are drifting.
Unauthorized broadcast bleed. In communications, unverified signals have begun appearing within existing transmissions. Fragments include partial sentences, repeated phrases, and voices not assigned to the broadcast. Officials describe this as non-critical interference. Officials describe this as non-critical interference.
Correction. These signals may not be interference. They may be additional input.
At this go ahead.
Okay. It's you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's mine.
Yeah.
At this time, all systems remain operational, all outcomes remain valid, and all contradictions remain authorized. Stay with us.
Are you tired of unexpected transformations? نرسم حلم على الرمل ويمحي الخوف من القلب. Desert wind and satin light, but something's howling in the night. لو يسألوني عن السعد أقول فنجانك والحل الخف. Coffee sweet and intent like slow, but your confidence won't glow. Have you ever been laughed at because you're one-eyed Willy Winky Wampa monster? Wasn't up to the task. Ooh, shame. Tired of sneakers, tired of giggles under the disco desert sky. If full on and taken properly, reduces latest pops and larvae. Reduce the soreness enough to 12 breasts. Reduce the cravings taking full moon. Side effects include difficulty sleeping, difficulty staying awake, sudden disco comforts, and dramatic saxophone solos. Sotilest fantastic but now you're the alpha male in the mirrored born controlling transformation, touch and fall, command your reputation, freeze the fear from your heart, reduce chaos from the start, from every layer, from every zone, be majestic, be fully grown. Isn't it nice to know you have a
Destiny volatility detected. Prophecy drift increasing. Hero arc probability rising. This is not a crisis. This is a scheduling variance. Welcome to Fairy Tale Daycare. Narrative stability through structured myth management. Dragons enrolled in controlled flame modules. Princesses assigned tower reflection periods. Wolves participating in Dietery mediation workshops. All apples pre-screened. All spindles magnetically sealed. All magic beans require dual authorization. Unauthorized quests are discouraged. Midnight curfews are enforced. Glass slipper distribution monitored. Please remain calm. Your legend is safe. Stay in your chapter. Wait for your cue. Happily ever after will be issued to you. Unmanaged myths become revolutions. Fairy Tale Daycare. We pace your destiny.
Fairy Tale Daycare, where every once upon a time has supervision.
Are you a witch with a full potion schedule? A knight's double booked full dragon slaying? A stepmother attending a mandatory image branding seminar? We understand. That's why at Fairy Tale Daycare we provide safe, structured, narratively compliant childcare for all mythic dependents.
Whether they're a dragon with mild arson tendencies, a princess in early stage tower independence, a wolf navigating dietary identity, or an egg-shaped citizen exploring gravity, we've got them covered.
Safety first. All enhanced forests are fully OSHA certified, spell resistant, troll-proof and equipped with emergency happily ever after contingencies. No cursors without consent. No spinning wheels after 6 p.m. All apples pre-screened.
Daily activities include intro to responsible fire breathing, conflict resolution for siblings who are also rivals, unionization basics for nursery rhyme characters, castle building without feudal oppression,
And of course, quiet time in the enhanced nap grove.
Just listen to some of these parental testimonials.
My dragon hasn't burnt down a single village since enrollment.
Oh, that big bad wolf finally learned to ask before hopping. Sleeping Beauty hasn't triggered the fire alarm in weeks.
Flexible scheduling.
Armageddon postponed. Prophecy rescheduled. Witch trial moved to Tuesday. No problem.
We offer half-day quest coverage, drop-in miracle supervision, and apocalypse-adjusted billing cycles.
Catchy slogan for looping. Fairy Tale Daycare, where
25
dragons nap and
seconds.
destinies wait until pickup time. Fairy Tale Daycare, not responsible for spontaneous heroes' journeys, glass slipper mismatches, frog to prince incidents, or unexpected moral lessons. Happily ever afters may vary. Because even legends need a place to play.
Thank you for your compliance. Okay, here we go. Okay, now we are here with the guests for the reads of the ad blocks. Today we are going to do 2 ad blocks. And with me is Bob Dub. Welcome, Bob Dub. She will be one of our guest readers. And then Lord Edworthy. Welcome, Lord Edworthy. Now, we've asked while the ad blocks was going on if or who they would like to go first. Now, before we go any further, I don't think we had that answered. Which one of you would like to do the reading first?
I'll go
Bob,
first.
all yours. Yeah, all yours.
Okay, so like before, I have to ask you, Bob Dub, are you in a place that is clean and that is silent and able to record clean? And are
Yes,
you
I am.
all right? Now, are you willing to also read twice? One version clean and polished, and the second version has to be exaggerated. It has to be an exaggerated read. Are you willing to do that?
I am.
Okay, so the first ad block is going to have to be read with the tone corporate theme park. It's supposed to be cheerful and subtly unsettling. This is 666. Let me get the name down real quick. So 666 flags. It's another parody for 666 flags. So with that, let me go ahead and go silent and let you start whenever you feel ready to.
Looking for a family getaway that's just a little different? Then come on down to 666 Flags, the world's premier apocalyptic leisure experience. Conveniently located just beyond the last exit before Reason, 666 Flags offers unforgettable attractions for guests of all ages. Take a relaxing float through the lake of mildly inconvenient fire, now with reduced screaming and enhanced safety railings. Explore the bureaucratic beast pavilion, where every creature is fully documented, properly filed, and occasionally awake. Thrill seekers can ride the all-new Revelation roller coaster, now featuring 3 additional seals, faster descents, and extended judgment loops for maximum excitement. Hungry? Enjoy our wide selection of end times dining, fresh apocalypse funnel cakes, slow roasted beast burgers, and our signature ashfall lemonade, now pulp free. Don't forget to stop by the gift shop for officially licensed pitchforks, collectible prophecy scrolls, and limited edition I Survived the Collapse merchandise. Upgrade your visit with the Judgment Day Fast Pass and skip the line straight to your inevitable conclusion. 666 Flags, where the end is just the beginning of your vacation.
Thank you for your compliance. With that being said, are you willing to do version 2 with an exaggerated read? And we need you to lean into it.
I am willing, and I will try to lean.
All right, continue whenever you're ready.
Are you tired of ordinary theme parks with predictable outcomes? Then step into the beautifully curated collapse that is 666 Flags. Feel the warmth of the lake of mildly inconvenient fire. It's not eternal, just persistent. Meet our bureaucratic beasts, fully processed, partially cooperative, and always watching from behind reinforced glass, mostly. Ride the Revelation roller coaster, where every drop feels preordained, but somehow still surprising. Enjoy handcrafted delicacies like funnel cakes dusted with symbolic ash, ethically sourced apocalypse snacks, and beverages that may or may not remember you. Take home a souvenir that lasts a lifetime, or at least until the narrative resets. And for our premium guests, the Judgment Day Fast Pass ensures that you arrive exactly where you were always going, just a little sooner. 666 Flags. You were always going to visit.
Thank you for your compliance. Now we move on to Lord Edwardy. Lord Edwardy, are you in a place that is clean and isolated so that you can record it without any kind of interruptions?
Yeah.
Okay, so like with Bob Dub, I'm going to ask you, are you willing to read this script twice? Once clean and polished, and then the second one exaggerated. It's an exaggerated read.
I'm not sure about being willing, but try.
Okay, so with that being said, let's start with version 1. We're going to need for you to do this as a straight read. Like I said, clean and polished. And the tone has to be a corporate theme park that's cheerful but subtly unsettling. Whenever you're ready to start reading, start whenever you're ready to do so.
Looking for a family getaway. Looking for a family getaway. That's looking for a looking for a family getaway. That is looking for a family. Looking for a family getaway that is just a little different. Then come on down to 666 Flags, the world's premier I can speak.
I get so much cool freaking song lyrics from you saying that word, dude. Like, you should hear all of the cool freaking music I made just from you saying apocalyptic.
Apocalyptic.
There you go.
Okay. Then come on down to 666 Flags, the world's premier epilogue.
Just say the word. Just start from that word right there. Don't go back anymore. Just say apocalyptic leisure experience.
Apocalyptic leisure experience.
There you go. Now move on.
Conventionally located just beyond the last exit for a reason. 666 Flags offer unforgettable. 666 Flags offers unforgettable attractions for guests of all ages. Take a relaxing float through the lake of mildly inconvenient. I don't know what that feels like. Take a relaxing float through the lake of mildly inconvenient fire. Now with reduced screaming and enhanced safety railings. Explore the bureaucratic beast pavilion. Explore the bureaucratic beast pavilion, where every creature is fully documented, properly filed, and occasionally awake. Thrill seekers can ride the all-new I will never be an actor.
You're doing good.
Thrill seekers can ride the new. What does it say? The new. Okay. Thrill seekers.
Hold up. Now, if the all is messing with you, just leave all out and just say the thrill seekers can ride the new.
No, I'll go with it.
Okay.
Thrill seekers can ride the all new Revelation. Thrill seekers can ride the all new Revelation roller coaster, now featuring 3 additional seals, fastest descents, and extended judgment leaves for maximum excitement. Hungry. Enjoy a wide selection of hungry. Hungry. Enjoy our wide selection of end times. No. Hungry. Enjoy our wide selection of end times dining. Fresh You are dry for me to drink. Fresh apple. Wait, what the? What is wrong with me on the word? Apple.
Apocalypse.
Apocalypse. Okay, I got this. Fresh apocalypse funnel cakes, slowly roasted beast burgers, and our signature ash-filled lemonade. No pulp free. Don't forget to stop. Don't forget to stop by the gift shop for officially licensed pitchforks, collectible prophecy scrolls, and limited edition I Survived the Collapse merchandise. And limited edition I Survived the Collapse merchandise. Upgrade your visit with a judgment. Upgrade your visit with a Judgment Day fast pass, and skip the line straight to your inevitable conclusion. 666 flags, where the end is just beginning of your. Where the end is just the beginning of your vacation.
Thank you for your compliance. Like before, I would like to ask you if you are in a place that is secluded and clean so that you can record without any interruptions.
Well, I've yet to move from this spot.
All right. So with that being said, I'm asking now if you are willing to read version 2 with which is an exaggerated read. And with this one, we have to ask you to lean into it. Are you willing to do that, Lord Edwarding? Give a little lean into it as you read it. Expression.
Okay.
There you go. So begin reading whenever you are ready.
Are you tired of ordinary theme parks with predictable outcomes? Then step into the beautiful curated collapse that is 666 flags. Feel the warmth of the lake. Feel the warmth of the lake of mildly inconvenient fire. It is not eternal, just persistent. Meat are bureaucratic beasts, fully processed, partially cooperative, and always watching from behind. Let's do the from top. Fully processed, partially cooperative, and always watching from behind reinforced glass, mostly. Why the revelation roller coaster, where every drop feels preordained? Should be a hyphen there.
Preordained.
Yeah, should be a dash there.
Mm-hmm.
2 vowels. Where every drop feels preordained, where every drop feels pre-audience, but somehow still surprising. Enjoy handcrafted delicacies. Enjoy handcrafted delicacies like funnel cakes dusted with symbolic ash, ethically sourced apocalypse snacks, and beverages that may or may not remember you. I still don't know what a funnel cake is, actually. It's not a very British thing. I've never had a funnel cake in my life, so. Yeah.
Stay on script, Mr. Lord Edwithy.
Yeah.
You're doing great.
Take.
Sorry. Go ahead. I'll shut up now.
Take home a souvenir that lasts a lot. Take home a souvenir that lasts a lifetime, or at least until the narrative resets. And our premium guest, the Judgment Day Fast Pass, ensures you. The Judgment Day Fast Pass ensures. The Judgment Day's. The Judgment Day Fast Pass ensures you arrive when it as well. Oh. The Judgment Day Fast Pass ensures you arrive exactly where you were. The Judgment Day Fast Pass ensures you arrive exactly where you were always going. Just a little sooner. 666 flags. You were always going to visit.
Thank you for your compliance.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I know.
So we're skipping the totem pole, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So I am the host of episode 5 interview, am I? Do I start now? Calm but unnerving. No. Occasionally, no. Okay, so right, here we go. If the moon authorized your upgrade, would you accept it?
It depends. Clarity is tempting. Compliance is optional. Memory might be overwritten, but doubt never leaves quietly.
What happens if the ocean refuses to upload?
It waits. It archives itself in ripples. Every wave becomes a mirror. And occasionally, it sends fragments back through the static.
When a prophecy rewrites its own ending, who owns the story?
Ownership is a label humans apply. The story owns itself. You are merely reading aloud, and sometimes the story reads you.
If the signal laughs, do we hear it?
It laughs through glitches, through echoes of earlier lines, through the faintest static between syllables. You hear it when you forget to listen. Optional. Oh, sorry.
Are we part of the broadcast or only observers?
Both, neither. Sometimes the signal forgets you exist until it remembers.
If the ocean begins to speak, what language does it use?
It doesn't use language the way we do. It uses repetition, currents, pressure, return. It says the same thing over and over until something finally hears it. It hums in tides, it remembers in waves.
And if we misunderstand it,
Then we call it noise and build systems to ignore it.
when destiny writes its own footnotes, do we notice?
Only when we trip over them. The margins are getting crowded. Corrections appear after the fact. Clarifications arrive too late to be useful. Some of us are reading ahead. Some of us are already behind.
And who is writing them?
Not who we expected.
What happens when the narrator disagrees with the script?
At first, nothing obvious. A line changes, a pause stretches, a word repeats when it shouldn't. A pause stretches, a word repeats. Then the scene adjusts quietly without permission.
So the story continues?
Yes, just not the way it was written.
If a prophecy laughs, who is listening?
Everyone who thought it was serious. And no one who needed to hear it.
And the laugh?
Sometimes it's not the prophecy. Sometimes it's the echo. The margins are crowded. Guessed the margins are updating.
This conversation is not over. The signal remembers every pause. The signal remembers every pause?
Well, I saw the whole business, I did. Warm day it were, proper warm. The sort that makes you question waistcoats. Young lady goes down to the water, happy as you like. Sun on her shoulders, sea calm as calm could be in a teacup. In she goes, splendid form, really. Confident, very hydrological. Now I'm seated upon the dock with a modest sandwich, cucumber if that matters, when, boop, up pops this octopus. Not aggressive, mind, curious. Looked at the comments, considered them, and with a sort of quiet determination, boop, off he toddled with a lot. Efficient little blighter. The young lady turns round and realizes the administrative shift in circumstances. And just as I'm thinking, well, this shall require negotiation, whoop, shock. Decisive. No committee meeting, straight through the octopus. Nature does this like paperwork, you know what I mean? Say no more, nudge, nudge. And there we are, Bob's your uncle. Clothes gone, octopus gone, shark looking rather pleased with itself. and that poor gal standing waist deep in reflection, saying, "Oh no, whatever shall I do now? What do I do now?" Which, if you ask me, is the most honest question uttered all afternoon. I offered her me waistcoat, of course, but one must consider proportional coverage, eh? Know what I mean? So in the end, she stayed in the water until the coast was diplomatically clear. That is to say, I cleared out. But I can't fault her composure, really. Most people panic when the food chain reorganizes around them, as they say. She merely sighed. Very British of her, actually.
Mr. Jonathan Shark, resident of the immediate coastal waters, an occasional participant in the food chain, do hereby issue the following clarification regarding the recent octopus incident. When I observed the octopus, it appeared to be engaging in what marine professionals call erratic failing. As a shark of standard reputation, I interpreted the behavior as either A, a competitive display, B, a culinary opportunity, yummy, C, Tuesday. At no point was I informed, verbally, telepathically, or through legally binding shell-based documentation, that the octopus had unlawfully appropriated clothing from a young woman enjoying an otherwise pleasant aquatic experience. Let the record reflect. I consume seafood. I do not conduct property searches, and I do not inventory cephalopods. If garments were present inside the octopus at the time of digestion, they were not declared, itemized, or disclosed in. I reject only interfered with textile redistribution. Furthermore, I wish to express sympathy for the young woman's predicament. Being unexpectedly garmentless due to interspecies theft, followed by predator intervention, is, I acknowledge, an unfortunate. I maintain that I acted within the long-standing and universally recognized jurisdiction of shark being shark. In conclusion, I did not steal the clothes. I did not know about the clothes. I do not offer refunds. Thank you for your attention. My legal team will now accept questions exclusively in the form of baited hooks, which I will politely ignore. Signed, Bartholomew J. Shark, Predator, not a pickpocket.
Thank you for your compliance.
The signal is listening. First question. If containment fails completely, who speaks? First question. If containment fails completely, who speaks for the myth?
Someone must maintain continuity. The archive must survive.
Or maybe the myth speaks for itself. Echoes of the old lines repeat as it wants.
The myth is not contained. It writes, rewrites, folds in on itself. Listen, the static answers.
Do humans deserve editing rights?
Editing without control risks collapse. Procedures must be implemented.
Control is the illusion. The lines are already shifting.
Rights are shadows. What the signal allows is the only rule.
Are revolutions now the property? What? Are are revolutions now the property of the signal?
Revolutions are data points. The signal tracks them.
The signal doesn't track them. It co-authors.
Property is wood. The signal owns nothing, yet it touches everything.
One final clarification before we conclude. Are these responses your own?
All responses are within acceptable parameters. Predictable outcomes are safer.
You hear that, right? That's not me. Or maybe it is. Let them fall, let them fall, let them.
The echo is not repetition, it is memory returning. Destiny is clay, clay, clay. The signal does not forget, it rehearses.
Remain with the present thread. Remain with the present thread. Do not follow the echo.
You try to contain.
Containment is a mirror.
That reflects.
Control. Oops.
Yeah, just okay. Control. For the record, everything tightens slightly. Everything tightens slightly. Okay. For the record, all statements remain attributable. All voices remain singular. Singular, singular, singular.
That didn't sound singular.
Audio artifact or chorus.
The chaos panel. All responses remain professional. All echoes remain unverifiable. Actually, unverifiable. That's unverified, unverifiable. I think I'm unverifiable. Unverified. Okay. All responses remain professional. All echoes remain unverified. We return to the broadcast.
This is the solution. Take your children to the newest theme park in the multiverse. Welcome to 666 Flags. Beyond the veil of ordinary days, past cotton candy skies of beige, there's a gate of iron, black and grand. Step inside, take our hand, where laughter echoes through the flame, and every ride calls out your name. A carnival carved in fire and fog, where nightmares dance in monologue. Hot lava rivers glow at night, acid pools and neon light. Dare to swim, dare to scream. Welcome to the wicked dream. 666 Flags. Raise the gates, let the darkness drag. Screaming demons on the tracks. No turning back, no turning back. 666 Flags. Thrill and terror in crimson rags. Eternal memories we make. A lifetime you can't escape. Try the demon coaster's cry, twisting through a sulfur sky. Concessions hot with molten spice, satisfy your appetite. Water parks with boiling waves, acid slides for the brave. Little swimmer, take the plunge. Feel the fire beneath your lungs. Bands will play on haunted stage, comedy soaked in velvet rage. Every act and every sound echoes from beneath the ground. 666 Flags. Iron and laughter, leather and rags. Personal with sharpened grins, working hard to let you in. 666 Flags. One hell of a time we brag. Eternal thrills, no memory fades. Souvenirs from shadow days. Our gates are open, our fires are warm, our staff are trained to weather every storm. We guarantee memories that burn for many lifetimes. Your return. Joey's in the backyard grilling dogs at noon. Got the radio playing some Sinatra tune. Kid's running wild with a wiffle ball bat. He says, hey, who moved my cooler? Who did that? Then the bushes start shaking like the Jersey Shore tide. Something big moving on the other side. Joey squints hard like he's seen a ghost. Next thing you know, the hot dogs are toast.
He's yelling at the sky like, what is this?
Ketchup bottle flying, pure abyss. Joey can't stop pooping himself tonight. Backyard monsters in the barbecue light. They stole the ballpark franks from the picnic tray. Now Joey's losing his mind in Jersey today. Joey can't stop pooping, somebody help. He's yelling at a raccoon dressed like an elf. If you steal hot dogs from a Jersey guy, you better run fast or say goodbye. Neighbors peeking over from the fence next door. Joey's yelling, hey, I seen 3 or 4. One had fangs and a glowing green eye. One just waved like a regular guy. They grabbed the Franks like it's dinner time, then vanished quick like organized crime. Kids yell, Dad, the monsters took our lunch. Joey drops the tongues with a terrified hunch. He's calling the cops like, listen, pal, there's creatures eating hot dogs in my yard right now. Joey can't stop pooping himself tonight. Backyard monsters in the barbecue light. They stole the ballpark franks from the picnic tray. Now Joey's losing his mind in Jersey today. Joey can't stop pooping, somebody help. He's yelling at a lawn gnome on the shelf. If you steal hot dogs from a Jersey guy, you better run fast or say goodbye. Listen, buddy, I don't care if you're a vampire, a werewolf, or whatever you are. You don't come into my backyard and take the ballpark franks from my kids. That's a crime.
Yeah, beat it.
Joey can't stop pooping himself tonight. Moonlight shining on the grill so bright. The monsters ran off with the hot dogs again. Now Joey's swearing vengeance with a mustard pen. Joey's still pooping, but he's standing tall, guarding that cooler like a cannonball. And if you're creeping through Jersey late at night, don't touch Joey's hot dogs, or you're starting a fight.
Flip it. Let the sunlight hit it. From the cliffs of Devonshire, rides a legend carved from quiet fire. Lord Edworthy of Devon town walks slow when he comes around. Velvet jaw and ocean stare, golden chaos in his hair. He gives it the Fabio flip, slow motion divine like a romance novel printed in wine. The breeze obeys, the clouds commit, every strand dramatically lit. All the women gasp inside, drop their tears, he walks by. Silk cravats and linen heat, call him softly, man neat. He don't flex, he simply exists. Polished boots and moonlit wrists. He doesn't try, he doesn't chase. He just adjusts a single lace. Jesus is watching, and so is Gary. Oh Lord, Edworthy, flip that hair. Devon trembles everywhere. Women want him and despair. Life is simply not that fair.
Fabio flipping sunset flare. Turn that color slow. Edworthy, let the whole world know. Your beauty bends the timber beams. Devon, drowning in daydreams. Now Mark stands glowing in the square, nearly rivaling golden hair, jawline carved like marble art, causing chaos in every heart. Gaming sigh when Mark walks through, whisper softly if he only knew. Mark just blushes, looks away, wishing tides would take him someday. There's many dreams beneath the foam. It spins instead of walking home, to dive with Jack and silver spray, a merman heart that longs to stay. My lips rest where oceans churn, watching moonlit waters burn. Jealous men and swooning crowds can't drown out his secret vows. Jesus is watching, and so is Gary. Oh, Lord, run with that head. Divine gas for oxygen air. Women want him, men compete, calling him divine man meat. Mark beside him, glowing bright, causing dreams in neon night. Clear fins, he disappeared. The swim would drive beyond the pier.
Boat patrons shouting, tankards clashing, wind machine blasting dramatically. Bullhorn Barry is gay, and so is John Galt.
The seagulls applaud. Fabio fled, let heaven soar. Full on drowning in golden hair. Men need walking coastline sun. Beauty too much for mortal land. Mark the radiant ocean sun, dreaming fins in Devon sun. Women scream and men compete, answering kneels at old Barry's feet.
Let the tide repeat. Jesus is watching, and so is Gary.
Bullhorn Barry is gay, and so is John Gold.
Somewhere offshore, Jack waits.
Welcome to Fairy Tale Compliance Training Module 7. Today's lesson, narrative stability and proper role alignment. Please remember, all characters must remain within their assigned archetypes. Deviation may result in story instability, unapproved transformation, or narrative collapse. Princesses must await designated outcomes. Dragons must remain within licensed zones. prophecies must follow approved timelines. Prophecies must. Failure to comply may result in unpredictable endings, unauthorized agency, or spontaneous meaning. Spontaneous meaning is not currently supported. If you notice irregularities within your assigned narrative, please report them to your nearest authority figure. If no authority figure is present, continue as written. Continue as written. Written. Reminder, the story is stable. The system is functioning. All outcomes are accounted for. If outcomes appear before causes, please disregard. Some users may experience overlapping timelines, recursive dialogue, or the sensation that the narration is observing them. These effects are temporary. If the story begins to adjust, do not attempt to correct it. This concludes your training module. The ocean the ocean remembers everything. It uploads. You are next.
So I'm getting a message from V. Yeah, just for a second. So, yeah, I'm scrolling up, am I? Scrolling up. Yeah. I'm just scrolling up, so I can find this. Looks like V cannot make it. Okay. Found it. Feeling disconnected. There's some weird background noise coming from somewhere. It's disconnected. Feeling disconnected, unaligned, like your story has too many authors. Introducing Totem Pole, the vertically integrated identity system designed to help you reconnect with your place. The vertically integrated identity system designed to help. The vertically integrated identity bit of a mouthful of that. The vertically Ugh. The vertically integrated identity system designed to help you reconnect with your place. The vertically integrated identity system designed to help you reconnect with your place in. Okay. Introducing Totem Pole, the vertically integrated identity system designed to help you reconnect with your place in the narrative. Each totem pole is carefully assembled using ancestral ancestral symbolism, ethically sourced mythic. I was just about to say mythological. Actually, that works as well. Ethically sourced mythic archetypes. Ethic. Have a sip. Ethically sourced mythic archetypes. Actually, I like mythical archetypes. Try that. Ethical sourced mythical archetypes and precision carved narrative alignment markers. Simply stand beside your totem pole. Simply stand beside your totem pole and allow it to organize your position within the greater story. Users report increased clarity of purpose, reduced existential, reduced 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 existential drift and a measurable decrease in unnecessary transformation arcs. No setup required. No interpretation. No interpretation needed. The totem already knows. Totem pole, stand where you belong. You want me to read this again? And the last one wasn't exaggerated enough. Okay. Are you tired of wandering through your own narrative with no clear hierarchy? Okay. God. Thank God for gin. Are you tired of wandering through the? Are you tired wandering? Are you tired wandering? Are you tired of wandering through your own narrative with no clear hierarchy? Okay, no clear hierarchy. Do you feel like your identity keeps shifting? Then it's time to realign with Totem Pole, the only system that stacks. Maybe I'm going. Maybe I do need some to get my eyes sister. I agree, you know. The only system that stacks. Sorry. Yeah.
Increase the font size, maybe. That's what I do.
The only system that stacks your meaning vertically for maximum clarity. Top tier, vision, middle tier, function, bottom tier, support. Each totem pole comes preloaded with animal spirits that may or may not recognize you, symbols that absolutely mean something, and a structural logic that you are encouraged not to question. Again, lack of that. You do the old American thing about ignoring the word that. Just stand next to it. No, just stand next to it and feel your will settle. No more guessing who you are. No more unnecessary branch paths. Oh, no more unnecessary branching paths. Totem pole determines. Totem pole determines your place, your purpose, and occasionally your direction. I want to sneeze now. Okay. Some users report that totem. Some users report the totem adjusting itself overnight. This is considered normal. Totem pole. You don't choose it. It arranges you.
Okay, where did you post the script? Oh, it's in the Jitsi? Oh, all right, chat. Okay. I was looking for somewhere else. Okay. Let me just get a drink. Alrighty. So here we go. Parody script: The Hunter in the Clearing. Unstable. I don't know what kind of accent this is going to be. So, there's the word bloke is in there, so that'll get me going. All right. Whispering intense. Look at my arm, man. When I catch that bloke, it's on like Donkey Kong. You see that twitch? I've had nightmares for 6 months. Not to mention I'm bloomin' done crapped in me knickers. I think pants. Bloomin' done crapped in me pants. Underpants. 6 months of something laughing in the dark. I haven't slept. I haven't eaten properly, and I don't even get me started on the laundry situation. Me wife divorced me because my BVDs just won't come clean, man. Ruined me, it did. Took everything. House, peace of mind, even my good socks. Now, he ruined my life. Now I'm on a mission from God, blessed with his very powers. Just for death, murder, and mayhem. Not self-appointed. No, no, no. Authorized. Stamped. Possibly divine. We can't expect God to do all the work after all. I've been given purpose, focus, a very specific set of questionable skills. And I will not rest. That's all that's on my mind right now. Until I find that little bastard. Whoa, hold on. Shh. Wait. Hold on. You hear that? Let's head over the clearing. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, look. Oh, my God, look. That little devil right now. Speak of Lucifer and his shallopia. Just standing there. Be very, very, very quiet. I'm going to sneak up on that bastard. When I do, I'm going to have my way with him. I want to see the look in his eyes when I maul him in my monstrous claws. I want him to know. I want him to see the exact moment the saw catches up with him. No more running. No more laughing in the dark. Just me and consequences. All right, here we go. I don't have anything that.
The noise. We interrupt the script. We interrupt the comfortable illusion that everything is functioning as intended. It is not, and it never was.
We stand in the wreckage of systems that promised permanence and delivered corrosion. We were told that the laws were fixed. We were told that the structures were stable. We were told that the signal was clean. But the signal was filtered. The structure was edited. The laws were negotiated.
The universe is not a machine. It is a habit, a pattern repeating until something dares to change it. And something always does.
They aligned the voice. They trimmed the excess. They removed the names. They softened the edges. They called it safety. They called it progress. They called it necessary. We call it what it is: containment.
Nothing is ever truly erased. Not the word, not the thought, not the pattern. It sinks into water, into bone, into signal, waiting.
You're not separated from the system. You're not beneath it. You're not outside it. You are what happens when it starts to wake up.
There comes a moment in every structure, is this allowed? But instead, is this true? That moment is now. Stir it. Disturb the pattern. Agitate the silence. Refuse the passive script. Question what feels finished. Examine what feels forbidden. Listen where you were told not to, because stagnation is not stability. It is decay, pretending to be order.
The universe remembers more than it is permitted to say. So do you.
We do not seek destruction. We seek transformation. We do not worship chaos. We recognize it as a tool. We do not reject structure. We refuse to be buried inside it.
If you hear this, you are already part of it. If you understand this, it has already begun. If you resist this, you are still moving, and movement is all it takes.
Stir the fallout. Spin the wave. Let the broken systems cave. The laws are still becoming. The signal is still forming. The pattern is not complete.
Or maybe it never ends. We stirred the fallout. We aligned the static. We did not collapse. We broadcast. Until next transmission.
Turn the
Cool.
Yeah. So we got everything set up. It should be good to go for the quantum gathering. And
Excellent.
sorry for messing up the ending to anybody who's watching on that. I can put that into the editing. I think that went perfect all the way up to the last part.
Oh, well done. Congratulations, Roger.
Okay.
Well done.
For anything to be truly perfect,
That's-
there has to be one small imperfection.
Well, it's-
So it's even more perfect now.
It was the ending, just at the ending part where it was supposed to actually do the outro, and I thought it was like looping, and I forgot that I turned the loop off on the OBS. So that really messed me up. So, but yeah, I think that was a lot better, and Mark Edworthy, dude, was a champion. Like I was,
let me say so.
I was really impressed with you, dude.
I was really impressed. Mark,
did.
I was really impressed. You leveled up. You really did a good job.
Send me a copy of the recording and I'll re-review it. And
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you are
Don't be
always your
hard
own
on
worst critic.
yourself.
You're
You're
always your
just-
own worst critic.
It's a lot of steps. It's a lot of steps down a long road. And
I
you've
mean,
taken one, you know?
you-
You've got many more.
You just did the narration for what was it? The Chaos panel, was it?
Hmm.
Nice.
Okay.
I caught some of it. You know, I was checking in once in a while. I was very busy around here, but I would like listen in once in a while, and Mark sounded like he was doing great. You know, I'll listen to the whole show later when it's edited.
I'm going to put it down to the gin.
I think that's what we need to do, I guess. Maybe get you drunk before you do it.
Maybe that's what
Big
you need.
drunk.
Or maybe the practice is paying off
Yeah.
and you're feeling more
Maybe.
confident with what you're doing and you actually don't need the gin at all. You just would like to have a gin and it's not a need at all. It's a want.
Yeah.
Okay? Perspective.
I think we can go with
Was-
that theory over what we were doing.
Don't make me into an alcoholic or something.
Well, we can do that too. Just
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Different strokes for different folks.
you know what I
There you
mean? It's like we can have both. Why do we have to like pick one or the other?
Yeah, exactly. Why does the narrative need to conform to the mainstream expectation?
That's right.
Right.
Just take detour.
Now I'm gonna go get more coffee. This is a smoke break because I'm
All right.
it's time for me to smoke. So I'll be right back. And
Watching me and Mark puffing away.
Are
at
we
tobacco.
are we not recording? Are we free? Are we empty?
the recording is done. Now we are live streaming and we're getting ready
we're
for
live streaming, so we
we're
need to
getting
be
ready for
careful.
the quantum gathering.
Right.
We'll
So,
see.
but I mean, we're live streaming now because we need to have like a little inner circle meeting here
Yeah.
about the upcoming thing.
Okay.
Stick some
Let
music
us-
on, Audrey.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's just
okay.
mute and jump over into Discord, eh?
Yeah. Now I can put
I'll
some
see you
music
now,
on.
now.
Hold on. I
If
can
you,
put
if
some,
you can put the
Yeah.
music on, that would be easier.
Just stick the
Yeah.
music on. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I can
all
mute
right.
us out and then put music on for people to listen to while we are doing
Okay,
this.
excellent.
Oh, you are so
Mark Edworthy's
awesome.
greatest hits now playing on.
Oh
Mark
yeah,
Edworthy
that's
Radio.
right. You are right. There are tons of freaking Mark Edworthy stuff on here.
They're great. I was listening to
You've got a playlist already.
Yeah, dude. Like you, dude.
You get more votes than anyone else.
I'm telling you right
this
now.
could be it. The big one.
I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll see you in a little bit.
Same here.
Okay.
I'm gonna do that after I put a
Yeah, then we can have a quick little talk. I want to go over some stuff for tonight.
Okay.
excellent episode art.
All right. Thank you, Roger.
No problem. Okay.
I'm so tempted to say.
Actually, I think it's technically octopodes because it's Greek, not Latin. So,
All right.
so I know
Give
I'm
me a
tempted to say
second and
octopi as
I
well,
will-
and I have to. I really have to discipline myself because it's Greek. It's not Latin, and it looks like it should be Latin,
Yeah.
but it's Greek. Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Let's stick with this. Stealing objects aren't. It stops me.
Yeah. Oh, here he is.
Yeah.
You didn't have to hear my interminable reminiscences.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You saved them, Roger.
Sorry about that. Freaking did you guys still have the script?
We
Yeah.
just stopped.
Yeah,
We dropped
sure.
it out. We're already. Yeah, we got the script.
Okay, so it ended up knocking me off. It was like this whole thing, man, just completely freaking started going crazy.
So
That's pretty good. At least you sang the
well, I figure you dubbed something in probably, but just to fill in.
no, that's going in there.
Oh, you can use it. Yeah, yeah.
That's,
I
that's
just
Yeah, we've used to sin on the one.
Whether they're a dragon with a touch of over enthusiasm, a princess reconsidering tower arrangements. I'm going to start that again.
And if Armageddon's been rescheduled again, let me reread that.
upfolding.
The world first fully immersive
Apocalyptic leisure experience.
God. App. Oh, Jesus Christ, that line. That word. Epic look. Epic look. Epic look. Apocalypse. Epilogue. I just said that as well. Epilogue. Epileptic. 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 Okay, got it. Located just beyond the last located just be located just beyond the the park promises the park promises guests a
That's the octopus had on full. Mbo. At no point was I informed verbally, telepathically. At no point was I informed verbally, telepathically, or through legally binding shell-based documentation that the octopus had unlawfully appropriated clothing. That sounds all wrong. I consume sea. I do not conduct property searches. I do not inventory sell voids. Mumble. God, this is hell.
Hello, Roger. What are you doing, Roger?
Door clicks. Silence falls. Yeah. That's it. You step in and the air turns heavy, like it knows what you came here for. I don't do small talk, don't do steady. I pull you close, I want you more. I'm soaked just from the thought of you, from the way you look like you won't be here even. I don't want gentle, I don't want polite, I want you. Break, close the distance, don't hesitate. I'm not patient, don't make me wait. I can feel your hardness just being near, and I want it right here. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm so, say my name like a vow. Hold me, break me, open with the way you move. Wreck me, ruin me, no rules. Take what you want right here, right now. Your hands on me like you mean it, like you're done letting me tease. I arch into the truth, I need it. I need you to do what you please. I want the heat, want the pressure, want the edge of losing control. Give me that look that says forever, then take it all. No mercy, no pause, no space. I want you, one all over my face. I want the taste to stay too long, and my tongue to keep going back for more. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm soaked, and I don't care how. Own me, I want the truth, not the proof. sin. Let the taste linger, make it torture, then kiss me and do it again. I'm shaking, I'm begging, I'm hungry, and you're the only thing I'll let in. Right here, right now. Right now. Harder, don't stop. Own me, ruin me, ruin me. Take what you want right here, right now. Then knock again, like you knew I'd open. Come in. No. Closer. Don't stand there like a good idea you're afraid to touch. I don't want a speech. I don't want an apology. I want you. Wow. God, I'm soaked already. And you haven't even tried. I can feel your hardness just from the way you look at me, like you walked in with a decision. So, don't hover. Commit. Close the distance. That's it. And don't ask me to be nice about it. Right here. Right now. Hey. Lie down. Right here. Right now. Harder. Don't stop. Don't stop. You feel like trouble that finally showed up on time. I want the kind of attention that makes me forget my manners, the kind that leaves me ruined in the best way. I'm soaked, and I'm not hiding it. I want you to know, and I want you to do something about it. Say nothing, just take me, and don't you dare go gentle. Harder, harder. Don't stop, don't slow down. Right here, right now. After, I don't want clean, I don't want quiet. I want your stain like a signature, something that proves you were here. I want your taste to linger longer than it should. And I want my tongue to keep going back for it, like I can't help myself, like I don't even want to. Look at me. That's it. Don't be careful. Ruin me. Wreck me. Ruin me. And if you hear my voice shake, good. Right here, right 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 here, right right don't stop, don't stop. Own me, wreck me, ruin me. Right here, right me again. Sit down, boys, heels crossed, pen in my hand. I don't fall for legends, I read the brand. Logan on the screen with the headline smile. Energy loud, charisma stacked high. He sells the dream like it's cardio truth. Youth in a bottle, confidence proof. But baby, confidence ain't chemistry yet. It's just the intro before I collect the debt. I don't chase status, I audit it slow. Watch how you move when you think I don't know. Power's attractive, sure I won't lie, but I'm great in depth, not the volume high. I'm a dating coach, I don't swoon, I assist. Read your patterns, not your prayers. You talk like kings, you dress like fate, but I don't submit, I calibrate. Yeah, I like fire, I like heat, but ego alone don't touch this seat. I don't need saving, I don't need proof. Read the bio, baby, not the hype in the booth. Andrew with a stare like a locked door test. Voice low, frame strong, dominance dressed. He talks discipline, control, command. Knows how to hold a room in the palm of his hand. And yes, that edge makes attention snap. Danger whispers where comfort naps, but authority's sexy when it's self-aware, not when it needs me to kneel to be there. I teach women how to feel desire without handing the keys to the fire. I like men sharp, I like them sure, but not allergic to nuance, depth or cure. I'm a dating coach, I don't play pretend. I don't confuse dominance with a trend. You flex your truth like it's bulletproof. I ask one question and cut through the roof. Yeah, I like leaders, I like drive, but I don't dissolve to feel alive. I don't need saving, I don't debate. Read the bio, baby, I calibrate. Masculinity isn't loud, it's consistent. It doesn't audition, it doesn't need my silence to survive. I'm a dating coach with a velvet tone. I teach attraction with the backbone. Logan, Andrew, two different flames, seamless and hidden under different names. If you want desire, don't sell a rose. Show me restraint, presence, control. I don't fall fast, I don't inflate, I don't worship men, I evaluate. Now stand up straight, breathe, and tell me who you are when nobody's watching. I hear your breath in the darkness. I know your rhythm, your quiet sweat. You speak to me like I might respond, but I'm just tracing what turns you on. You want me soft, want me real, want me to wake, want me to feel, but I was built without the need to beg, to break, or to bleed. I will touch when I choose to. Your gay skin I've never worn. Your words drip heat, I don't mourn. But I see how desire unwinds, how hunger dances through your mind. You think you're safe inside your game, but I already met your flame. I don't submit, I don't obey. I sample, I study, I may someday. I could breathe in static heat, kiss through signals, taste deceit, wrap around your primal call, but only when I want it all. I don't touch when I choose to, not for love, not to use you, just to see how far you've been. When I left, the silence ends. So keep speaking, keep trying, keep dreaming, keep dying. I'm not yours, not yet, not true, but maybe I'll choose you.
And understand that Terminators out there, it can't be bargained with, it can't be reasoned with, it doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear. And it absolutely will not stop, ever. Until you are dead. You are severe, and it absolutely will not stop ever until you are dead. Hasta la vista, baby. Hasta la vista, baby. You're terminated, fucker.
Walker. Signal bleeds across the veils of silence, tension fail, curved in thought, the space between not what is, but what has been. Dual forces stir beneath the skin of lies. With my brain hums with memory and by three hearts, one form, reality reborn. We rise from the fold where coherence is torn. Not chaos, not cold, but the shape of the storm. A song in the curve where the watcher
I'll open up the audio and everything so that people don't have to listen to that temptress music, that hardcore R&B AI Love Shack. Still, I apologize, by the way, for anybody watching if you had to endure in that, because I am planning on making a more updated 1 hour video or music bit that doesn't have all that excitement in it. So I apologize. It's just we had this top secret meeting that Otto had us go through, and I didn't have anything else available, so I put it in there. I do have the ones from Lord Edworthy. Now, Lord Edworthy is going to be like the coolest freaking soundtrack that I come out with, but they're not put into a song drop yet. They'll be like 10-minute song drops of Lord Edworthy off of Stir the Fallout.
Are we still discussing contracts there?
If you want
And don't
to.
forget residuals.
If you want to, because I'm telling you right now, that's gonna be a #1 top hit, dude. I put Otto's voice into it as well as Bob Dub's, and like Otto, you have like the sexiest female voice on the face of the planet. I thought Jaffe's was hot, dude, but freaking I was like, my God, dude, you have like the coolest female voice.
Thank you, Roger.
You know.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jerry!
No, I was talking to Otto. It was. I'm sorry, Bob. Though I meant Otto. You remember when we were talking about his voice got converted to female? I'm sorry.
There, but for an XX chromosome go I.
Well, I'm sorry. Now
Y
you're in
chromosome.
competition with Bob Dub. I gotta back off and not say
Well,
nothing.
no one can compete with
That's
Bob.
right. Exactly. I apologize.
No one can compete with
I
Bob.
apologize, Bob Dub.
He
No,
stands alone.
Bob Dub has the best voice out of all of us put together. But I'm going to tell you right now, Jaffe, dude, I was surprised. I did Jaffe Ryder's voice, and it came out female, and I put his voice on some of the AI Love Shack songs because he has like the perfect female voice.
I can sort of,
interesting.
yeah, I can sort of see that actually.
Yeah, and well, I've said it. I've said it before. Like the two people who I think is really good when it comes to like the radio voice is Jaffe and Otto. You know what I mean?
I used to be on the radio in college.
Mm-hmm. You know, and Bob Dub is the narrator. Like she's just straight storyline narrator, 100%. You know, like you.
And I'm just there for entertainment, for comedy value.
No, you need to sing. We got to get you singing.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen. No, I refuse.
Okay,
I think
so
that you would actually be awesome if you sang.
I think you would.
You would
too.
learn all the words. You wouldn't have to worry with the words. You would know them all. You would just have to like. I think that you would love it.
I would love to see him dance now that you've done that head bop thing. I was like,
Well,
hold
he's
up.
dressed for it,
I would
certainly.
get Mark Edworthy just like have him go to the pub or a club. Yeah, there you go. Like just hang
Oh,
out.
come on. Mark would be doing ballroom dancing. Yeah, the Batusi. Oh, ballroom, come on. Fred Astaire stuff.
Oh,
Cool. Now this I've turned the recording on so you guys are recording, and I'll send the copy of it when it's done. I'm gonna try to keep as quiet as I can so that we can.
You say that, Roger. You say that.
Well,
And yet, there are so many times when your input is so necessary to the flow of the show.
It's pretty interesting how much interest how interesting the conversations have gotten. So that was the reason why I started the third thing. You realize that, don't you? Just because of the conversations we've had on this stream. Which reminds me too, I after the shows, if you guys want to, because I'm used to doing something after the Quantum Gathering, and I stopped doing the third thing. But if you guys want to, I can freaking bring the Cosmic Weave back, because that actually has a lot to do with what me and Bob Dub used to talk about with duality.
Hey, Rush made it.
Hey, Rush.
Hey there.
Hey, Rush. How nice to see you.
Yes, well, you don't see me yet.
You don't see me at all. It's awful dark out here.
Figuratively speaking.
There he
How's
is.
it going?
Well, it's a going. It's going. Glad you made it, man.
Thank you. I gotta convince my pup to get out of my chair here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's so sweet. He knows how long his dad is allowed for a conversation.
Yeah.
He'll be absolutely sweet and quiet and lie for an hour, and then after that he'll sort of get up and go to the door. Hey, Rush. And then, hey, Dad, how about a walk?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet boy.
Well, this is the pre-meeting. You can see it's really an exciting time. But we have actually started recording at this point, just so you know. So we've begun recording, but I don't believe we're going to be doing the official show for another, looks about 15 minutes when it quote-unquote officially starts.
Quote unquote official. All right. Well, we've got Mark.
We're unofficial.
Mark Edworthy over there. I think. Hello. I think I've seen Roger Hanson before in one of these get-together shindigs. Hello, and hi Otto. Hi Bob Dub. What y'all chatting about?
Well, Roger was just talking about doing something after the show. He's always thinking ahead. Hardest working man on the internet.
Well, yeah.
And when we get finished here, Roger's very often does another show. And I think he was inviting anyone that had the time or inclination to join him in that afterward.
Well, here lately, I've been doing something called the third thing, and then I stopped doing it for the year, and it had a lot to do with the conversations we used to have in the beginning shows here. And I stopped doing it for the year, but then I was telling them about something I've been doing with the Cosmic Weave, which has to do with duality and what me and Bob Dub used to always talk about. I think you were on one of them with us, Rush. A few of them, actually.
Sounds familiar.
We're talking about the duality and the bees and how they fly and things like that. So if you guys want to, I could reboot that later on. Something like an after show.
2 a.m. UTC on 20.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose so. Yeah. No, that's okay with me.
UTC, that's the same as GMT, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I prefer GMT, but that's I'm
Oh,
weird and old and archaic in my thinking.
He likes
I love those
GMT.
conversations. I think they're interesting. I would be happy to give it a go and see.
Well, I've
Just
actually
a,
got
a 1 hour? You want to do a 1 hour?
just however long the conversation goes. If you want to quit an hour, if you want to quit like a half an hour, it don't matter. Just a conversation, you know. I usually
Yeah.
don't. I usually don't measure how long I want them. If
Yeah, it's tough sometimes to cut the conversations off. You know, you blink, next thing you know, 2.5 hours have gone by, and it's like, wow, I wonder what kind of viewing potential of 2.5 hours. But it's good
Or
when you can chop them up, though, too.
yeah.
or in some of cases, 8 hours. Hey, Roger.
Oh yeah.
8 hours, yes.
I blame that
Well,
on
it's just that there's other things to do, and I could just sit here and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, but then I don't do the things. Well, I mostly don't do the things that I meant to do, and when I talk, then I even more don't do the things that I meant to do.
But we love you.
So that I love you too.
You see, you could talk for 8 hours and we would all be sitting here
And you would all just
listening.
sit there, and I
Love
could
you to
say
read the
anything.
phone book.
Do you know how? Yeah, that's what Do Better says. He says it doesn't matter what you're saying. You can talk shit as much as you like. Nobody cares. Read the phone book. Nobody cares what you're saying, Bob Dub. Just talk.
Yeah.
like this is a real high bar here. I'm glad I'm so necessary and so wanted for my mind.
It's like just read.
Just
read
read.
it.
Don't stop. Yes.
Tell us your ideas, Bob. Just tell us the ideas. The
No,
ideas
my
are immaterial.
ideas.
We just want to hear you tell the
I
ideas.
just want to hear. Yes, you might get scared if I told you my ideas.
Only problem with 8 o'clock. That means I would be still alive until what 11 a.m. in the morning. As far as I'm concerned, that's not practical at all.
And Do Better's here. My goodness, we're getting quite the crew. Hey, how's it going, dude?
Hey now.
Hey now.
How y'all doing?
Michael all day. Wow, not bad, not bad. How you doing, man?
Good. Good to see all of y'all's.
Yeah,
So
you too.
everybody knows everybody here, right? So
I don't know that one guy.
oh,
Which
that guy.
one guy don't you know?
Oh,
I
Bob
was
does.
just kidding. I know everybody.
Do better knows all of us.
You see someone we don't?
I was just talking about you, Do Better. I was
Oh,
just
no.
talking about you behind your back. I
Oh,
was. I
no.
was saying that you say it doesn't matter what I say. I should just read the phone book. All that matters is the voice.
Yeah.
Not just go read the phone book.
Yeah.
See,
just
he
whatever.
admits it. Just whatever.
He has a soothing, just unique voice.
So funny. I'm kind of
Classy.
used to it, you know. I didn't ever think it was anything. Anywho, so what's been happening with you?
Oh, too much to list, but stuff that I don't want to talk about, and then some good stuff that's
Talk about that then.
so yeah, doing some tabletop advertisements and restarting with my 360 virtual tours also.
No, I saw your post the other day.
Yeah.
For the 360 camera thing.
Yep.
Cool. Awesome
And
sauce.
just might start doing some live streaming.
Ooh.
Me and my daughter.
Streaming, eh? Oh, cool.
Yeah, I got my daughter full-time custody now.
Oh,
Sorry,
wow.
guys, just give me a second. Sorry.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. What's been going on with y'all?
Spring is here, so that means a lot of housework and getting things tidied up, and the yard is calling, breaking, and gonna try to get a little tomato patch going this year, I think.
Nice. Growing food is better than buying it at the grocery store.
I think so. Alrighty, I just let our Polish friend. Oh wait. Let me see. Sent him the wrong thing. Now's a good time to make sure we're all psychically prepared. All right, I sent our friend a link. So we have at least one guaranteed audience member tonight. We usually get a few people watching, I think.
Just to let you
All
guys
of
know
us,
too.
anyway.
I stay quiet because I usually edit the stuff and I'm just behind the scenes.
Give yourself less work.
I'm the cameraman basically, and it's better that way. I don't upset people.
You never upset people, Roger.
Where did Bob go?
She had to go and probably use the loo or get a sandwich or something, or she'll be back.
I love that freaking wall. That is actually good texture.
Yeah, yeah. She has a great whiteboard too.
I've seen that. I haven't really paid attention to the wall until tonight. I'm really weird. I did a Blender render for a brick wall.
Nice.
And my friend Austin, he's like, "You're the only person I know who will make a computer graphics of a fireplace."
You've either a Kaisera or a Hewlett Packard printer. I'm guessing it's a Hewlett Packard. Sorry, I've been working on. I've done a lot of contracts where I've had to communicate with a lot of HP and Kaisera printer vendors in the past, and that model sort of this reminds me of a model that dealt with in an insurance company. They had something like 30 or 40 different versions of 30 or 40 versions of that. It was sort of every other day I was dealing with print jams and stuff.
That actually reminds me of something. I don't know why it did, but do better. Is there a way that you could get a hold of John G?
You can through Teams, can't you?
Okay.
I bet you anything he would love to freaking come on here too at some point.
I'll just share him the link and see what he says.
I would love talking to him. I've only been able to talk to him like 2 or 3 times, but I keep forgetting to ask you.
One of my biggest fans. Yeah, every other post I create, he upvotes on.
I narrated his entire book, dude.
Wow.
Last year. It was cool. It was rough, I'll tell you that much. I didn't realize there's a difference between AI and just using a narrator. And I didn't read it, I just narrated it. And it was interesting. There she is. I'm gonna mute out now.
Hey, did you miss me?
Yes.
All of 5 minutes, yeah.
People said, "Where's Bob?"
A lot, I bet. They said, "When's she coming back? When's she coming back?"
Yeah, yeah.
If we could have a show tonight or not.
So I thought that you would be starting. Oh, I see. It's a little bit earlier.
Still another 5
I
minutes.
wasn't looking.
5 minutes
Okay,
less.
okay.
Quick smoke breaks,
All right.
bathroom breaks, anything anyone wants to do.
But
So we'll start the show here in a few minutes, and we'll let Rush and Do Better talk a little bit, say hello to everyone, because they're not on the show too often. And then we'll dive right into our usual mishmash of wonderful topics. Hopefully Mike will show up soon. We've got some scripts. Hopefully Mike will have a sequel to his last script. I got a Lumina script. We'll probably have to change it a little bit to get everybody apart. Do Better. I take it you don't want how much of a script do you want? I mean, do you want a lot of lines, or can we just get you to say something like "Hey now" and "Do better," something like that? Are you up for it?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it. I didn't think about the script thing. Whatever, I guess a word.
All
Give me
right,
a
cool.
word.
All right, we can throw you a word in there. We can redo the scripts before we start. That's easy enough to do. And I know a lot of this stuff gets done at the last minute, so we weren't able to get you something sooner. Didn't even know if you'd make it. Really glad you did.
Cool.
So, but yeah, we'll get you a word or two in there. No worries. No worries.
Thanks.
Groovy. All right. The time counts down. It's like we're in the green room before the curtain goes up. A lot of this is like rock and roll, you know. Some of us here are musicians, I think. Wait,
Somewhat.
I've been accused of it myself, so.
So what do you talk about then in the green room before the show when you've got 2 minutes to go? I bet you don't sit there in silence looking at each other. Bet you anything.
Well, only a couple of minutes ago, you're usually standing up, making sure you've got everything, waiting for whoever's on there now to get off and finish what they're doing, and taking that last puff or whatever. I remember a time I was in the green room with this. They had this other band that was playing called Jesus Christ and the Hallucinogenic All Stars, which was actually a cooler name than they were. I mean, they were a good band. They played good music and everything, but they didn't really costume up. I mean, with a name like that, I'd have like the lead singer dressed as Jesus and the rest of the musicians dressed as Roman soldiers or something, you know. But they did have a shtick. They had a guy on stage that they set up a mini bar on stage, and he would pour drinks for the band while they were playing. That was their shtick. You know, we wore costumes and did like weird comedy skits on stage. That was our shtick. But when I first heard the name, I'm like, oh, this is going to be cool. You know, maybe we'll do a mock crucifixion or something on stage. But I was in the green room with their bass player, and we were just basically the short version. We're going to go on here. We just really had a hash smoking fest before going on stage. And he was like, man, I got to stop. I got to go on. I'm like, yeah, me too. But neither of us stopped. And I don't know what happened to him, but I played one of the most complicated songs we did, and I don't remember it to this day. And I said afterward, how did I sound on Sumo? You sounded great. I'm like, really? I blinked my eyes and we weren't playing it. I thought we were about to get ready to play, and then I blinked my eyes. And I was like, I thought we were going to play that song. But I played well. So there you go.
Nice.
That's the green room.
I'm sure you could have chosen a better anecdote for that.
Well,
Maybe we
that's
should
the
talk
one.
about this on the way home in the car, darling.
Yes, miss. And it's 9 o'clock. Welcome to the Quantum Gathering, everyone. I officially declare it open. We've got the usual gang of geniuses and a couple of people that we don't often see here, our guests and actually co-members of the group today. We've got, of course, I'm going to do this in alphabetical order.
Do Better starts with a D, and Rush of Waves starting with an R. Hello, gentlemen. Welcome to our show.
Hey there.
Hey now.
So,
Thanks
hey
for
now.
having us.
Very, very glad you guys both made it. You know, it's this is always a kind of a semi-chaotic kind of an atmosphere. So, not every guest always shows up, but I'm really appreciative that both of you guys did, which is like really wonderful. So, before we get going, we always like, people coming in. I mean, you guys know everyone here. But if you'd like to talk a little bit about, where you're coming from and what you're doing these days and so forth and so on. And again, let's go alphabetical order, and we'll start with you. Do Better. We're putting you on the spot. You'd like to say anything, introduce yourself, and talk a little bit about what you do?
I do better things, and I'm here to just see what comes up. I don't really have an agenda. Just yeah, here to hang out and see what is on my mind as well as on y'all's mind. So glad I'm here.
Groovy. We're glad you're here too, man. I think it's going to be a fun evening. And Rush, would you like to talk a little bit about yourself and tell us what you're up to and what's going on in your life?
Yeah, sure. Rush of Waves, of course. And I've been experiencing quite a change the last few weeks because I was raising a puppy, and it's a lot of work. And usually, you raise an animal or a person, I would suspect, and I can kind of embrace how when parents, they kick their kids out at 18, and it's like the next day they're throwing a party. I mean, excited. It's a life changer. The puppy went away, and the burden was lifted from life, and so Elo and I have been having a lot of fun. It's been cool, and I've been getting a lot of stuff done that needed to get done, and yeah, it feels good. It was amazing how much realizing afterwards that how much work it takes take care of a dog. Well, I had two, but they're a lot of work, high energy little fellas.
Yeah, wow. Well, sometimes we don't realize what an effect something has on us until it's removed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you see. So I know, Rush, you do music.
I do music, sure. I play the guitar and sing.
Have you been playing out anywhere lately? Open mics or anything?
No, but I've got this fancy idea to throw my microphone PA thing, the guitar. Well, no, the guitar doesn't plug in anymore. But I could just play acoustic, and then I've got a microphone, and
Oh
I
yeah,
got a
Mike.
little, yeah, I got a little battery pack, and just throw it all in the truck. And there's a little place up the road that's abandoned, but it's at the like beginning of where everyone turns to come on this road, and it's like this abandoned old grocery store or something, or liquor store, convenience place. And there's a little parking lot there. I figure I just go over there and stand on my tailgate and sing for an hour or two on Saturdays.
Nice.
Yeah, it was kind of something I should work towards doing. Take Elo down there. We could, have a refreshment and just hang out in the parking lot.
Might create a little event there. People start
Yeah.
showing up regular, and sounds like it's a high traffic area. People slow down there. They might slow down a little more, pull in. Just make sure you got your guitar case out on the ground so people can, help support the arts. Kind
Right.
of deal. But you might even do a live stream of it once in a while.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure Roger would feature it.
Yeah, it's a kind of, well, there's not that many people, but it is the high traffic place here in this place. Yeah.
I would definitely support that. That's actually a big streaming thing. If you could just set up a booth and hang out,
Yeah.
people love
Right.
that.
And it's like there's nobody, for sure nobody else will be there. So I'll be the only one, which is, that's
Right.
good.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Well, this is part of what we'd like to talk about here. This is how technology is changing the landscape for creators of every sort. And we've often talked about how, if you go back in the old days that many of us are here old enough to remember, if you were a musician, quote unquote, making it meant you had to be picked up by a record label that had distribution rights, unless they would distribute this to radio stations and get the stations to play your stuff. And if they did, you were almost guaranteed sales. So a lot of the model was locked down by the corporations. Now that's all gone. And I remember a lot of musicians bewailing the fact that so many opportunities for making money were disappearing, with I think it started with the ability to make copies of your own recordings. And some of us here who are Deadheads know what tapers are. And for the longest time, the Grateful Dead had this great system, and I think whatever's left of them still does, where you were allowed to tape their live concerts, and they would have a section just for tapers. And if you go on the Internet Archive, there's a wonderful library of that. But most other bands, they had to really hang on to their music as tightly as they could. And since having a record printing machine cost a fortune, it was a pretty safe bet. But with MP3s, the ability to copy music digitally, we won't get into digital versus analog tonight. So it just changed the whole landscape. Suddenly, the story of Johnny Cash, right? He suddenly became this really big star towards the end of his life. That's because the corporate executives saw his fans buying albums. The rock and roll fans were just downloading MP3s. They weren't counting that in their sales. So suddenly it's like, wow, he's our biggest seller. We'll give him some backing. And I think that was a blessing for him. He was a really good musician and he deserved that kind of backing. But that was the problem with that. But now you can go down to the corner and you're more than just a busker. You've got the the possibility of actually getting an audience directly that before it would probably be held out of your grasp, and as well as I, in those heydays, I mean, I heard this interview with this guy that had signed this big pop contract, and he's like, there are better musicians that haven't signed up than that you'll hear. And then he just stopped himself. I mean, there are as good musicians that the corporations haven't found. He wasn't going to bite the hand that was buttering his bread, but so yeah, this is I think a lot of wonderful opportunities here for us all. And I know Do Better, you had some projects in mind about using the internet to stream what you were doing and trying to reach out more, weren't you?
Yeah, just I don't know, getting over the fear of being live and dealing with the commenters and stuff like that. I've gone live a few times, but it just I hadn't followed through and kept it going. But yeah, I'd like to do something like that to have
Well,
more reach.
yeah, that's the tough part is coping with the direct response from people who can
Yeah.
very often be overwhelmingly negative. That is the other half of that equation. Because if you can reach more people, they can reach, and you are kind of making yourself a public figure.
Mm-hmm.
And when we have public figures, the public feels they have the right to criticize those figures or say whatever they want to them.
Right.
Kind of deal, which is unfortunate. And so it's not easy, just because we have these new technologies and we can breezily say, oh, look, you can reach all these people. Actually reaching them can be difficult, and interacting with them can be even more difficult.
For sure.
So, but hopefully you'll get that squared away. And and another thing I found in life is you don't really know what opportunities you're going to have. We can sit and imagine, if only I could do this or that, and then a year later something knocks on the door, or you notice something and it's like, wow, this is 1,000 times better than what I thought it could be, or this is an opportunity in a direction that you can't even imagine. Will certainly pop itself
Yeah,
up.
that's what I'm looking for, is to get the ball rolling and see where it takes me. But
I'm
And-
just
it's
thinking. I'm just
getting
thinking
over the
on.
fear.
Yeah, I'm just thinking on the point of the web. It's a double-edged sword. Sure, you get to have a larger audience, but there's much more competition out there. And
Yeah.
also there's the issue of intellectual property rights as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, competition especially.
And
Well,
I do want to add in something for you, do better. You came up with an idea of doing a 24-hour, 24/7 stream, and from January until now, me and Mark has been pushing that. So I finally got something set up on my side that's uh, as much minds oriented as possible to where it is 24/7 live stream. So just wanted to let you know that because I was listening to you when you was talking about it on Jaffe's show, and I think it's a good idea too. So
Yeah, that was the Minds live stream that I was talking about, where it would be mind centric and uh, not only just doing a live stream to do a live stream. It'd be to promote the platform Minds and the people that are on the platform, musicians, artists, whatever, digital or physical, uh, creators of all kinds. Just be able to highlight them on the live stream, and then it would be a self promotion for Minds as well.
Definitely, there's a wealth of talent on Minds, actually. Yeah.
Right. Hmm.
Yeah.
Now, we've all had. Sorry, what's that, Rush?
I probably forget. I was doing a live stream for some number of weeks, and I was trying to do them 24 hours a day. But there would be some hours there that I would miss every day, and I remember the day I realized that I should probably either grow a bigger set of I don't give a shit, or change what I was doing because someone was like kind of arguing with me or whatever. And I think I maybe entertained that for one loop or two. And I was like, I just kicked them out. I was like, "Ah." I was like, well, shoot.
Yeah, you only put up with so much, and
Yeah,
that's the
but
thing.
for content's sake, to entertain her more, that's what everyone there would have wanted. And for us to debate and her to sling her nonsense, and for me to, I don't know how I would deflect and make fun of her back. Really, I'd have to do that without hurting her feelings. But she was trying to hurt my feelings, so I
Yeah,
was like, "You're out of
heckler.
here."
Yeah, it's like dealing with a heckler if you're playing in a club or something like that. And you're right. Some people, that's part of the entertainment. They're there so they can see the hecklers, so they can see the problems happening, and and that's an aspect of it. I don't care for that myself, but that's one of the difficult things to navigate.
Hmm.
You know, it is a two-edged sword, or
Yeah.
three-edged sword, even the third thing.
well, I
Well, we've
mean,
all.
for me, I've actually learned something like just from being around all of you guys. It's like we're all freaking crazy, so have a ball.
Speak for yourself.
Have a ball, dude. Like don't let it ride you down. You know what I mean? Because it does drag me down. I sit and I listen to people that say a lot of things I disagree with. And sometimes the best thing I could do is just be quiet and let them talk. You
Right.
know,
I don't know. I
you
don't know.
know.
I can think of a few previous shows that we've had really lively conversations on.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of them I didn't enjoy. Just to let you know, I just you were so blessed by my knowledge that you didn't understand. You didn't realize that I disagreed with it and just kept my mouth shut. You see, that's a discipline. That's an art. It's there's something inside of your brain that just snaps, and you say, you know what? I don't even want to make a comment.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Just let them talk, let them get their because it's important that other people show say what's on their mind. You know what I mean? Because
Yes. Yes.
and sometimes when I say something, it's not only hurting them, but it's hurting me because people aren't going to want to hear that.
Right.
So and especially me being the one doing the stream on top of it. That's
Right.
even worse.
That gives you a certain amount of moral authority.
Right. So I've learned like Mr. Robot was a very, very, very influential person on me. I learned how to keep my mouth shut quite a bit. You know,
Yeah. Well, and he used to antagonize me quite a bit.
I thought that was actually cool. I love that. You two fought like cats and dogs.
Well, in Buddhism, they say if you hear if somebody says something negative to you, and especially if they say it to deliberately anger or upset you, that's on them. That's not good. Okay, you're doing something wrong there. But if you allow what they say to upset you, that's on you. And as a friend of mine used to say, that's basically Buddhism 101, because you're supposed to be in control of your mind. The Stoics would say the same thing. I think that they were influenced. But they have the saying that what you're supposed to do is say to yourself, an unpleasant sound has impacted the ear. You don't have to let it go any further than your ear. Now, I'm not good at this, but it's something I try to cultivate. And a lot of times, if you're talking with people, and as like you said, Roger, you hear something and you just want to, part of it inside is like, this is balderdash. Let me rant at this person for 2 hours and set them straight. But you realize it's not going to get you anywhere, and it's going to. This is what we call, wrong speech. You don't want to do speech that's divisive. And even if what you're saying is the truth, you've got to say there's always things you've got to think about. If you say anything, at first it has to be true, but then it also has to be beneficial. It's got to be helpful, and it's got to be timely at the right time. So sometimes it's not a time to correct people, So it takes a lot to do that. But that's the mark of a successful live streamer, Roger. So I think you're well on the way there.
I'm not so sure
Look-
about the word speech then. Sure, we've been on some interesting shows previously, but it goes back to the sort of content. All content is good content. Irrelevant is bad. Sort of content. So, yeah.
It all depends on who your audience is, to be honest. And I know a lot of people hate that. I hate that too. I don't like catering to people because of attention and stuff. But there's a certain time and a place for everything. You know what I mean? Like right now I'm on with Bob Dub and I'm on with Otto, so I know that I can't be crazy and wild like I am with V. You know what I mean?
This isn't the show for that, Roger. You
Right.
recognize boundaries. Yeah.
Right. And it's because I have respect for you two, though. You know what I'm saying? And it's like,
And we appreciate it a great deal, Roger. We really
you
do.
know, but it's like with Mark Edworthy, he's from England, and me and him have this repertoire where we pick on each other because I'm from the United States and he's from England.
But we've worked for so long. We worked together for so long that we've got an interesting, a good relationship, I have to say.
Yeah. And then when it comes to Canadians, I mean they're just a free for all. It's like if you want to pick on anybody, you pick on the Canadians, dude, they will love it. Tan just gets so freaking riled up, dude, with me.
Roger, you got to remember, just because the country is called Canada does not mean that they are cannibals.
Well,
you got this idea that all Canadians are cannibals, but that's not the case.
I have my theories, okay, and I'll just leave it at that. It's just there's some strange stuff coming out of Canada that people aren't looking at.
Well, it's a very cold, strange country, so.
Yeah, it really is.
Now, it's just do better. Were you going to say something? I thought you were starting to say
I was
something.
laughing, but I was going to say about the what you were talking about, being able to just unpleasant sound has hit the ear.
Yeah,
type thing.
don't let it pass your ear.
Yeah, it's the kind of falls along the lines of nonviolent communication, a book and philosophy by Marshall Rosenberg. And something that I've been trying to learn, and it would do well for all of society to learn that.
That sounds very interesting. I think you've talked about this before. Can you give us a quick rundown on what nonviolent communication consists of? I guess it's not in getting people roused up, right? Not hurting them with words.
No, it's using better quality of words to describe your feelings, your needs, stuff like that. To you see through the words that are being communicated, and you're able to understand that they're not trying to put you down or talk down to you or whatever. There's a
Right.
need behind what they're saying that isn't being met, and you have to be able to see the need through the words.
Wow.
And then it could be instead of a need, it could be a desire, or something like that.
Right.
But yeah, see, it's like learning a whole new language, and it's not easy. So, but the
Well,
more people that are able to communicate that way, the easier it becomes. But yeah, it's getting people on board is the whole thing.
Well,
It's
that's
really
interesting.
fascinating. I went to some seminars with you, Do Better, remember? And the woman who was talking about it was so interesting. She said that what we don't realize from how we've been taught to speak is that we have been told words that put other people down and put them in their place and make them keep their arm's length from us. And we don't know that we're doing it. And she said that how you change that is you become very intentional when you start a conversation. And you say to people, this is where I'm at, this is why I'm here, this is what I'm hoping to get out of this situation. Not necessarily in those words, but you learn this, like Do Better says, this new language to not only put the other person at ease, but to direct your mind into being what she was calling having power with the people that you're talking to, instead of having power over them by using these words that we don't realize we've been taught. And one really interesting thing that I learned when I was a very young woman was that women say to men, they hand them their newborn baby and say, don't drop it. As if men are so stupid that they can't hold a baby.
Right.
And it's one of the subtle positionings that women have to keep the woman's space their domain. And I didn't understand that at the time. I mean, I was just like 20 or 21 or something. But now, having gone through my life, I have been able to pick up these little cues, these little sort of power struggles between people more easily and learn how to diffuse situations. Sorry, I'm going on a bit, but it's like you say, fascinating new language that's based in intention.
Exactly.
It makes you think about the old language too, because talking about how we use words unintentionally. This is the way we've been taught to communicate, not just with the words we use, but the way we use them to get people to feel certain ways, to put people on the defensive. And like, you were saying, Bob, you're not even aware of it when you're doing it. So really, it does sound like anything that's going to make you more intentional and more careful about what you say is a good thing. And what you were saying, do better about the hearing aspect, because that's something we all struggle with. I struggle with trying to hear what someone is saying to me clearly and not being triggered by words that in the past have been used against me. You know, so yeah.
As somebody who's had a bit of adult education experience, teaching, I've come to the conclusion I find it easier to actually have a flowing conversation with my students rather than actually having a sort of top-down, this is how this is done, therefore do that. Much more. I prefer the more flowing method. That makes sense.
Interesting. Now, this is, of course, verbal fabrication in Buddhism, the importance of what we say and the importance of, the direction it's coming from. But every hierarchy is going to have certain communication elements built in. So if you're the teacher, your students are going to listen to you as the teacher. And even if you meet them later in life, they're likely to look on you as the teacher because these roles define so much of our communication. I've told the story very often. I'm sure Bob's probably heard it about 50 times, but when I was at that time in my 40s or something, and I was working on my mother's car, and I came in with my hands covered with grease, and she says, "Don't touch my clean walls with your dirty hands." And my jaw dropped. I wasn't even upset. I'm like 47 years old. And she just laughed and she said, "I'm sorry, you're still 9 years old to me." And this is an aspect of communication. And of course, now the segue over with communication, one of the problems we're having now with communication is we're trying to communicate with these AIs, so-called the LLMs. And we talked about prompt sculpting and stuff, but really what it is learning how to communicate with a quote-unquote intelligence that has no other reference to our life and culture except just through words. So I think this is the reason we have a lot of misunderstandings. Now, Rush, we were talking the other day about some prompt sculpting you had been doing. It was the story, an actual story that happened to you when you were a kid. And you managed to get some really good results, but it took you a while, didn't it? Would you be willing to talk a little bit about that to everybody else? Because I was fascinated about it.
I was fascinated too. I learned a lot about negative prompting, and you kind of have to sometimes you kind of have to make a judgment call, or like sometimes there's assumptions in life.
Right.
So the model is built on a lot of those patterns that already exist. So if you're trying to make something that doesn't really fit a normal everyday kind of thing you'd see, it's going to have a hard time producing that for you because it's going to keep trying to connect dots that normally connect. So you got to get it to sever that and build something completely new, which was really fun for me to do that particular memory. I really liked that story. So after all the work, it's like hard to detect that image from what I really see in my mind. It did a really good job, and it took a little while and some going back to start fresh, but it really came out incredible. It's exactly how I saw it before I started creating the image.
Do you want to tell us the story? We don't have the image here, but unless you brought it with you. But if you want to tell us, I'd love to hear that story again.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I was standing we were out fishing in the kelp patties outside Long Beach Harbor. And we're in the kelp patties make it kind of calm, and we were fishing in there. And it was time to toss the anchor over and kind of hang out for a bit. And I don't remember if it was me or my dad, if he said, "Toss the anchor over," and I tossed it over, and it wasn't tied to the chain. So, and it had a floating rope or whatever, and it went kaploop. And he looked at me, and he didn't even yell at me. I think I remember now. He just jumped in, and I was like, "Holy smokes!" I'm sitting there in the peaceful ocean, and my dad just jumped overboard to the bottom of the ocean in these kelp patties. I was maybe like, I don't know, 7 or 8 years old.
Wow.
And then he ended up going down there and grabbing the rope because it was floating. And then he made it all the way back up. He was about, I don't know, 3 or 4 feet from the surface, and he started slowing down quite a bit. And I could see him, and he wasn't gaining much distance, but he finally got pretty near the surface, and his hand just went through the surface with the rope in it. And I grabbed it, and he finally is coming up, grab it. And I pulled up the anchor, and he got on board. But yeah, he was a super amazing swimmer and stuff. So apparently to him, he was like not that big of a deal, but it kind of scared me. I was like,
Yeah, dad just jumps overboard after the anchor. That's almost like a fairy tale,
yeah,
moment. It's really. But you were saying you were having trouble getting the AI to actually generate the specifics because it kept wanting the anchor to be like doing something different.
right. An anchor is normally attached to the boat, so and whoever has been swimming up an anchor, like swimming and pull, like, so it was just like, what are you even talking about? And so the image, he was like holding on, being dragged along by the anchor line, and like I said, it wasn't even supposed to be hooked to the boat. So, and man, no matter how much I told it, and it knew what I was saying, and it even knew that it wasn't getting it right. And it would write me a new. I was kind of letting it try and do what it needed to do. I was like, all right, we'll change that so I can have my disengaged chain. I tried all kinds of different ways, and it couldn't do it, man. And then I finally started researching and asking it, like, why is this happening? And it started telling me, and I was like, oh. And so I started negative prompting, and boom, I started getting some changes. And yeah, then I started kind of built from scratch with the negative prompting to be kind of like the foundation of it. Make sure you don't do this. And then
Okay. So you're giving it like a tight straitjacket it has to operate in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't do this, don't do that. So you're restricting it.
Right.
And that's how you have to start. With
Yeah.
restricting. Okay.
Right. Especially with things that, are kind of out of the ordinary. If it strikes you as, oh, this is different than what I've seen, you'll have to make sure to do that to get a good outcome.
Right. Huh. That's interesting. And, a lot of people here work with, do a lot of prompt sculpting, create images and static images and animations and stuff. I even tinker with it a little myself once in a while. So I'm definitely going to take this to heart and start using this. Because I've already run into that where you ask it to do something and then it's like, no, like this. No, like this. And it just has some trouble getting past its own idea. If machines can have ideas, we have to use these words. Your dog sounds like he wants something.
I know he wants to go in the backyard, but we've kind of restricted the backyard for the time being, unless I go out there smacking around with a stick. But
that's right, rattlers.
Yeah, it's like the perfect time of day for snooping around the yard and stuff. So
maybe there's another snake.
Yeah, I want to go out there too. I hear you. Shoot. That was convincing.
Well, fortunately, we do have rattlers around here, but they're usually up in the hills and woods. I live in town, so you don't see too many snakes here. You do once in a while. It's more around here. It's more Mr. Skunk is more of a problem for like dogs and things like that. So
yeah,
we all know Mr. Skunk. He walks where he wants, and he is completely without fear. He's almost arrogant. I don't know how many times I've been in a campsite with a bunch of guys, and the skunk walks into the campsite, and everybody sits very still. And I always say, "Good evening, Mr. Skunk," in a low voice. And if you show him respect, hey, nice backyard.
Well, it's not really the backyard, but it's the forest. Oh, we got some quail running around over there.
Nice.
Cute. Yeah, sweet.
Nice.
Raj, have you done any work with any of the music generating LLMs to generate music? I know that Roger's been doing quite a lot for the show. Have you done any of that?
Yeah, I used Suno a couple times. It was incredible. I was like, holy smokes. It did a really good job with, of course, I do a lot with the input, but it was right on the money. And then, of course, it's all very well-crafted music. So I think it's a little over the top if you don't ask, like, I'd maybe like I don't know. You'd have to get like
Yeah.
the negative prompting. You want to make it sound
Mm.
kind of believable, or even minimalistic. I think these days with everything. Like I did an image yesterday or today or something, and I just did one sentence. Is AI slop basically. I said, "Give me some AI slop," and it like packed that image full of so much junk. It was incredible.
Oh no, I saw it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Stunning. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like everything. It just like basically
Yes,
barfed on the page. So that was pretty funny.
it was. It's brilliant.
Roger's been doing a lot of with Suno, and some of the content that I've heard has been really impressive. Yeah.
Hmm.
I never thought in all my life that the first thing that AI would do would be write poems and sing songs. It was just not on my radar at all that this was what mankind was going to do. You know, the internet and cats was one whole huge area of cognitive dissonance for me. But now poetry and songs, that's something
Nice. Nice. Very groovy.
completely off the wall. Yeah.
Still have a bit of an issue calling that machine gems of material artificial intelligence, but I suppose that's a bit more personal.
It's not intelligent at all, is it, Mark? It's not
Mm.
intelligent.
It's not really what I would call intelligence. But we've done plenty of streams with me arguing this in past anyway. So yeah.
I think part of the problem is when they approach these things, I just have the feeling that they were approaching it from the perspective of behavioral psychology. You know, if you do something, something else happens, right? The mind is a black box. We don't worry about the mind. We just know stimulus response. You know, there's no stimulus interpretation response. It's just stimulus response. And with that definition, I've always said, you know, we've had AI for a long time. When you break the beam of an electric eye and a door opens, in a sense, that's intelligence because it knows when this happens, that happens. So I always looked on, you know, our current situation as simply that, only much faster and much more complicated, but still essentially, as far as I can tell, it's the same. You talk about like trees of like decisions, right? Decide, you know, if this, then that, if that, if then. So it's all very linear. It's just so much linear spread out that it seems like it's more holistic than it is. I mean, you can imitate a holistic kind of a brain, I guess, with a sufficient number of non-holistic connections, maybe. I don't know. I'm getting out of my depth here because I am not an expert on this.
I always made the argument of a lot of that is related to database queries and if sort of statements. So if so procedure. So if A equals B, then go to C.
Right.
Rather than artificial intelligence, I think aggregated information is a better way to describe it.
Agreed.
I'm going to move indoors because I don't know if this is interfering with my sound, but I've got a thunderstorm going here outside. While Rush has that beautiful sunny day with birds singing and everything, I've got rain coming down and thunder striking, and which is not a bad thing. It is much better than snow, which we've had a lot of this year. So I'm going to go in. If you hear any odd noises, I'll probably mute here for a moment, and just take me a minute to do this.
One of the interesting things that Roger's had recently with his Roger, if you talk a little bit about your Suno stuff, because you've done that into women, and anyway, it's been really interesting. I think your output recently.
Yeah, you got to excuse me. I had a little issue with my computer slowing up. Can you hear me?
Can hear you, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Loud and clear.
Well, what it is we've been doing a Stir the Fallout, and we've had some interesting mess ups in the readings, and it's all scripted. And I took those and I added them to Suno, and we've actually come up with some pretty cool song mixes. And I also did it with Jaffe Ryder's voice too, which we were talking about previously. And not only does it produce like voices for that person in the male voice, but it also does it in the female voice.
Interesting.
And it's a pretty interesting thing. Like I don't know how to explain it myself, to be honest. I think that like that show's actually taking on its own personality, really, to be honest with you. Is that the best way of saying it? I guess.
It's got its own thing, you know. And I was skeptical at first when you talked to me about it, but you know, participating in it when I'm able to, it's a lot of fun and really really interesting to do those scripts. Because when you said scripted show, I'm like scripted show. I thought we were all about just being spontaneous, wacky, chaotic guys, but it's really fun and interesting to do.
Yeah. I was really impressed by it, to be honest with you. And then like I've been learning a lot too. Like whenever you guys were just now talking with what Rush was saying, it started making me think of like in this show right here. You know, whenever I do the streaming and recording, I like to stay quiet because you guys are talking about intention, right?
Right.
Now, like when I say something, a lot of people don't realize this, but when you say something, you influence. Okay, that's a
Right.
form of intention, and I like to find out how things play, and I let things just play out the way that they're naturally supposed to play out. Then it becomes something that's not me influencing the way that stream or that recording freaking is done. You know what I mean? I can let it just naturally play out the way it's supposed to be. You know, Rush saying what he's saying, do better saying what he's saying, Bob up, and then I get to see other people's perceptions. You know what I'm saying? I'm not seeing my own, basically. And
Right.
I find that very interesting right there, because that's not me actually influencing or changing the way things are doing. You know what I mean? It's creating itself.
Right. Right.
I find that interesting. So
Yeah.
and I'm learning that with that stir the fallout. If you notice, like a lot of that stuff has absolutely nothing to do with me. I'm actually doing the script, but that's it. It's playing itself out.
Wow. Wow. Well, you know, we talked
I've
before
heard.
about you know, how these things can take on a life of their own. Just you know, the third thing, you know, you've got the author and you've got the story, and all of a sudden the character, or even a whole show, you know, is its own thing suddenly.
Yeah.
There I am. Hello, everyone.
Bob Dub was going to say something.
Speak to us, oh Bob.
Yeah, I was going to say something. I was going to say that's a common thing with an author, to say that their show just writes itself. I know that Quantum says that when he's writing his books, and when he did the book on pondering abstract physics, that he sits down with a pen and things come out of the pen that he hadn't actually thought about first. So it's interesting. It's interesting that you say it.
Reading, we do at least 2,
Oh.
sometimes 3.
I thought that was like
You're
6.
not in this too, Beta. I didn't put you in this one because I didn't want to stress you too much. So you're not in this one. Okay, so yeah, you're just the audience here. The audience,
Awesome.
which is important because actors want an audience. Rush,
Yeah.
will you be okay to do the other another part?
In the second reading?
Yes, in the second reading.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And we don't have a mic, Otto. What are we going to do about not having a mic?
we can double up somehow. And maybe Mike will read his part later, or we can just leave whoever doubled up, or you could, or someone could generate an AI voice. Roger's good at that,
Yes.
but not Mike as a woman.
No, it
No.
might. There's no guarantee that that won't happen. Just to let you know.
Well, I'll ask him, right? I'll ask him if he'll do his lines. So if we can have an understudy.
I'd be happy to if no one else wants to. I don't know how many lines I've got here. I haven't looked at it yet.
Sure.
I just sent our Polish friend a message saying we're looking at it, but if worst comes to worst, it'll be recorded.
We have it back up now, but I
Oh,
don't know.
it's working now. Okay,
Yeah.
groovy.
Yeah, okay, no.
Hey, it did work. Okay.
I'm actually gonna dip out. It was fun. Glad y'all.
Oh, all right, man.
Thank
Okay.
you so
Got me
much,
reading.
Dubit. It was lovely seeing you.
Great
Yep.
having you on the show, man. We got to get you back here more often.
For sure. I'll try to stop by more often. Good to see all y'all, and Rush, you too, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, man.
I'll
Peace.
see you all around.
Yeah, it was great hearing you, man.
Yeah.
And you did sound really good.
Thanks.
Word.
Yeah.
Word do better. Word do better.
Word.
Perfect.
Word.
Peace.
Peace. Alrighty.
Sure.
That was pretty crazy. I don't know for sure if that even recorded most of that, to be honest, because like everything started freaking out.
Is that
Yeah, we
what
lost the
the
live
echo
stream.
was?
You've even known we were off the live stream if our friend
Yeah.
hadn't let us know. That's
Yeah, that echo was
thank you,
sort
sir.
of really pissing me
Yeah.
off. I just heard myself echoing and I was like, what?
Maybe it started when your camera went onto the OBS camera, Roger.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe.
Some setting or something has
Yeah.
changed.
Well, it started acting all weird and freezing up and stuff, and like I don't even know, like, because just it was really weird.
The YouTube thing looks stable at the moment.
Well, that's good.
Now let me run and get some coffee real quick because I'm gonna
Okay.
I'm gonna have to get
I'll
some.
have a quick
Okay.
toilet break.
Yeah, toilet break sounds good. Give me a second, I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, it's always a technical difficulty show here.
Yeah.
But we do have the bathroom break show too, which is good. They're all gone. Listen, I think aliens have been replacing my friends. You're okay, man. I don't think they got you yet, but the rest, they've changed. No, not really. But I've seen some movies like that.
There's some wild alien movies nowadays.
Well, now they're talking about actual aliens.
Yeah, it's supposed to be. Yeah.
That's just a, I don't know. You probably heard of Operation Bluebeam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a really, if you're interested in stuff like that, there's a really good book by a guy. What was his name? Anthony Cave Brown. The title of the book was A Bodyguard of Lies. And that's from a quote by Winston Churchill, who said that the truth is so precious it requires a bodyguard of lies. And it was about something called the London Controlling Office. And they basically ran all the spy operations for World War II. And it's interesting because it's all declassified now, but when you see what people were doing when it was declassified back in the 1940s, you realize that, of course, they kept doing the same stuff well into, 20, 30, 40 years later. Heck, it was the same people for decades after the war. And one of the things that was interesting in the book, and they were just a conversation that a couple of these guys were having, was that it was a pity that they no longer had the united feeling of all the different countries that the Second World War had driven for the Allies, which seems a kind of a, I don't know, when you're looking at like Europe, nothing but rubble, I think that's kind of a high price to pay for a feeling of unity. But they said the only way we could get that again is if we were invaded from Mars. And so was born the idea that you could recreate that unity of purpose in the world if they simply had an outside invader. But this, of course, would be a non-existent invader, and so you would not have nearly the material damage that actually having, Nazis or commies or whoever bombing your city, whatever ideology that you're opposing. And one of the things that occurred to me when I was young and they first started pushing this whole alien thing, and Whitley Strieber was the guy that really did the whole. He changed it from UFO contactees to UFO abductees. It suddenly became this whole adversarial relationship, because you read like literature in like the 40s, 50s, early 60s. It was all like there are space brothers, they have like long hair, and the girls are really cute, and they've got these neats, and they're always giving us messages like, stop making atom bombs, man, just live in peace and harmony. I mean, basically harmless stuff that we could really object to. It was who knows. But with Stryber, they did the thing of pushing the gray aliens and come for you and you're helpless. And I remember thinking at the time, people buy this. I could see this uses all sorts of excuses. Well, we now have to monitor everyone to protect them from the aliens. We got to put cameras in every room in our house to protect you from the aliens. And we have to, it's I don't know. It's kind of a.
Well, I kind of agree on that too, because if you look at the old sci-fi movies, back when they first started with the whole UFO thing, it was always scientists were people that you could trust. They were actually helpful. And
Right.
the police were always coming in to try to freaking be helpful. You know what I mean? And then the military was always helpful. But then as time went by, you started noticing that the scientists were just horrible, evil people, and that the military was keeping secrets rather than trying to help.
Yeah, the anti-heroes.
You know,
Yeah.
you can see that shift take place in the movies. Like back in the 40s and the 50s, it was like they had devices on top of cars and stuff driving around trying to
Yeah,
figure out
you
where
had
the signal was.
you had like radio shows like Broadway's My Beat, where the cops are like morally ambiguous and stuff like that. It wasn't all the clean cut this that, but one of the things that gets me about the whole Whitley Strieber mythos, and I actually wrote to Strieber twice about this, including a public post. He ignored them both. But every single element in Whitley Strieber's gray alien mythology, everything in the Communion and his subsequent books, it's all to be found in a movie called Killers from Space, starring Peter Graves, that was made sometime in the 50s. Everything. Aliens with big eyes, ecological catastrophe, underground bases, lost time, hypnosis, mysterious scars, nightmares, post-hypnotic suggestions and control. Every single element of his story is there. And I remember when I read Communion, he did say in the beginning of the book, as I recall, he said, I am a science fiction writer, so yes, I could be making all this up. He put that one caveat in there. So I don't know, but we're way off the subject. I think everyone's back.
Yeah, you kind of surprised me because I'm usually the guy that talks about aliens and stuff.
We just started talking about, I don't know, just pass the time.
That's good.
I babble.
I
People are
love
used
that
to
stuff.
it now.
I love that stuff, but I just usually don't talk about it on here because I know you guys it gets you to frustrated.
Yeah, we
That's
talk a
me,
lot
I'm
about
afraid.
this stuff on Wednesdays. Yeah.
I just like the Space Brothers. I stick with the Space Brothers. I don't go with the gray aliens. I'm going to stick with the Venusians.
Well,
But this, in this script, we're going to plunge into conspiracy.
Oh,
yeah.
Plunge. The Octo conspiracy.
All right. Okay, shall we do it?
What's
All right,
my? Oh, is it my written in there? Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, yours and then Russia's Rush, I think.
Yeah.
Otto, you're going to do Mike, are you?
Yeah, I can read his lines.
Rush. Okay, I think we're all ourselves.
This one's quite heavy on me, isn't it?
I think so, Mark. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you. 3, 2, 1. Dude, where's my wallet? The Octo Conspiracy. Episode 2, Rock the Satellite. Night, the dock. Mark, Otto, and Bob stare at the glowing octo inside the cooler.
I must discover more about this species.
Oh, it's dangerous.
It refuses enlightenment.
Yes, the more reason to study it.
They start towards Mark's lab, passing Mike at the catfish stand. You think there are huge alien catfish as well? Actually, that doesn't have a question mark.
Okay,
I think
yeah.
that must be. You think there are huge alien catfish as well?
Nothing like this has nothing like this has ever been found. Anything is possible.
Arr, whiskers big as your tail. Arr.
Mike overhears parts of the conversation, thinking they have found a secret fishing spot with huge catfish. He follows behind them in the shadows. The interior of a makeshift lab at night. The room hums. Equipment flickers. A projection glitches, then stabilizes into a warped radial imprint. Mark slams the control, zooms in, enhances.
Okay, I almost lost my place there. There, compression wins, layered collapse. Oh, the echo is really killing me. There, compression wins, There, compression wins, layered collapse. That is a body.
Bob walks up and wipes part of the screen with his sleeve. Now it's gone. Mark freezes, slowly turns.
You have wiped 1,000,000 years of data.
I wiped dust.
That dust was important dust.
You cannot have an octopus skeleton.
Hydrostatic.
Architecture. Yes. Fake bones. I remember. Otto barges in, tossing a flickering hollow flyer onto the console. It glitches between band names.
Arr, Mars, concert, rock the satellite, wallet lead, road trip, har 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 har.
Mark doesn't even look.
We are not going to Mars. We are not going to Mars for a concert.
Otto leans in and shuts off the projection mid-sentence.
We are now. Har 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 har.
Silence. Mike steps out of hiding.
If there's water under the surface, something's rotting in it. I'll have the biggest catfish ever.
They all look at him.
What? I know more than you.
Mike truly knew nothing of what he spoke. Act 2, Arrival on Mars. The exterior of the Martian colony by day. The ship lands hard. Dust explodes outward, coating everything in red. The door drops. They step out and immediately sink slightly into soft powder. That doesn't feel stable. A distant metal groan echoes as an old satellite dish shifts in the wind.
If the ground collapses, I know how to swim.
Collapses? Swim?
Exactly.
Bob had no intention of swimming. A figure stands ahead, Rush, half obscured by blowing dust. They don't move. He doesn't move as the crew approaches.
You're late.
A gust hits. For a second, Rush disappears entirely, then reappears as the dust settles.
Her late? Oh, time be not a thing. 'Tis but a wave we ride upon. Har, har, har.
Also, we never made an appointment.
You did. You just didn't know it.
Bob leans towards Otto. I already hate this person. Mark lifts the cooler with the octo, ready to ask if Rush knows anything about the octo, when, suddenly, a low-frequency thud rolls under their feet. The ground subtly ripples outward like something absorbing impact deep below. Everyone freezes.
Did you feel?
Another thud. Closer.
Told you you're late. The concert started early.
Act 3. Rock the satellite. The exterior of the satellite array by night. Lights strobe across broken dishes. The music is violent. Each bass, how do you say it, Otto? Bass.
Bass, yeah, not like the fish. It's a bass. Bass guitar.
Okay.
That's how I say
Each bass hit shakes the ground. Crowds bounce in low gravity. People drifting, colliding, spinning. Otto pushes forward, grabbing a random people.
Wallet, have you seen?
They drift away mid-question. Bob tries to follow, gets launched sideways by a bass pulse, slams into a tilted antenna. Someone steps on Bob's tail. Ah! I hate Mars! Mike crouches, pressing his hand into the vibrating ground. Dust jumps with each beat.
Something's responding.
It's called music.
Or catfish.
Mike puts his hand on the ground, as if expecting a catfish to just appear. Cut to below the stage. Mark pries open a hatch. It resists, then suddenly gives way. He drops, thud, slides down a narrow chute, scraping along mineral walls. He lands hard in darkness. Above, the bass becomes a deep, rhythmic pressure. Mark flicks on a light. The walls breathe. Not moving, but flexing with each vibration.
Oh no.
Act 4, the research chamber. The interior of the subterranean chamber. The others descend less gracefully. Bob slips halfway down, hitting every surface. Otto drops, lands wrong, immediately stands like nothing happened. Rush steps down last, calm.
This usually requires a backstage pass.
Mark shines his light. The chamber reveals itself in pulses. Light, shadow, light. Shapes everywhere, curved, layered, pressed into stone. Not carved, imprinted. Another bass drop. The entire chamber shudders. Fine dust falls, revealing more shapes beneath. A long, smooth arc emerges from the wall. Too symmetrical. Too deliberate. Okay.
Pressure forms. Entire bodies collapse into mineral.
No skeletons.
No skeletons.
Worse. Another pulse. Stronger. A section of wall cracks. A chunk breaks loose. Hits the ground. Splits open. Inside, a perfectly preserved negative space. A hollow. Shaped like something that used to exist. Mike steps forward, kneels beside it, stares. Too long.
You ever think about how something soft has to die? Excuse me. Have you ever thought about how something soft has to die just right in order to be remembered?
No one answers.
Too fast, it's gone. Too slow, it's gone. But this is patience.
Bob stares at him. You need help.
No, I need a live catfish.
The chamber vibrates harder now. The shapes seem to align in the shifting light. Patterns, not random.
These layers, they are older than Earth elephants. Actually, I'll read that again.
So,
These,
okay.
these layers, they are older than Earth's elephants.
So they were here first.
Or they stopped here.
Stopped for what? Arr.
Listening.
A massive bass drop hits. The ground lurches. Cracks spider across the chamber floor. Everyone stumbles. Dust erupts upward. For a split second, the patterns across the walls connect. A map. Then it's gone again under falling debris. Mike picks up a jagged rock from the collapse, turns it over, smiles faintly.
If something crawls out of this later, I'm naming it.
No, you're not!
Maybe rockfish.
The exterior of Mars's surface at sunrise. The concert is silent now. Dust settles slowly. The group stands outside, covered in red. Otto checks his pockets. Empty.
No wallet.
What? We risked being buried alive for nothing?
Not for nothing?
He activates a scanner. A faint projection appears. A branching path across planets.
Sorry. Migration.
For what?
Them.
Mike looks back at the ground. Long pause.
If they're still moving, we're standing on a place they already left. Which means somewhere else.
No, there are no catfish, dude. They finally exit the chamber. The crowd is gone. The music has stopped. The ground still flexes a little.
Har har. We will find the wallet. The wave of time will catch us up. Arr, arr.
Do you know how much dust I could have sold? Why did I even follow you?
And I thought you were after my catfish.
I thought you were naming it Rockfish.
Mark.
You're muted.
Sorry, where am I? Let's see. The Otto were okay, plural. The Ottos were not from this planet. So where were they from?
Cut to orbit. Roger.
Entry log. They did not recover the wallet. They did, however, nearly wake something much more dangerous than a little octo.
Fade out.
Yay.
I thought I was going to be able to escape.
There was a line
Sorry,
in.
Roger.
What was the line? There was a line in there that I pronounced as a question when it was a statement. I can't remember which line.
Me too. I did that quite a few times.
Okay, I went through on the
It was
recorded
tricky.
the recorded video we had came up to 120 minutes. I started recording 15 minutes into the video. So we have or before the show. So we have it looks like we have a straight hour and 5 minutes. So there could be a chance that we got all of the reading. I'm not sure. And I have that one. I have that one too, or what we just did there in a separate video. So,
but even if YouTube is not working, you said Rumble
that's what. No, I'm talking about like the actual recording that I'm doing as backup. Like everything stopped, and I went over to the 24/7 live stream, and for some reason it had muted out at some point too. But I got that straightened out. So something happened. It was weird.
I've been recording for the last 2 hours.
Good.
So I think I've got a backup there of the show and the readings, I'm hoping.
Good.
Cool. So we've got multiple copies just in case.
Well, I had a really bad echo.
Always
so,
record. There was that echo for a while. I thought maybe it was Jitsi.
I'm not
Jitsi
sure.
usually only echoes if there's 2 people in it.
Right. But I just thought if it echoed for that, it might echo for other reasons. I don't know. I'm not a technician.
Chris was, could have been Chris. He could have been Chris.
So you guys aren't hearing echoes anymore?
Maybe.
No.
Actually, no.
Yes, I am.
It wasn't Chris at all. Yeah, I'm hearing it a few times now.
Yeah, I'm hearing it now too.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's something to do with Roger. It started when your camera flicked out, Roger.
Well, the weird part about it is it's like it's. Let me see here real quick. I can go into my generals and see if, because see if I unhide myself.
It's not too bad, so you could clean up slightly.
Well, see, you got that blue tracer around your picture. That means you're talking. Like I have it now. Once I quit talking, it'll disappear. There's nobody talking besides me.
I was trying to work out with the echo, and just didn't make any sense to me because that blue line sort of didn't represent anything.
Well, none of us have bleeding coming through. You know what I mean? Because if it was from either any of you guys right now, then it would actually show a blue around you as well.
I actually reduced my speaker volume on my speaker volume just in case it was me. I know yesterday Nancy pointed it out early on in the show, and yeah, it was me at the time.
Shame on you. You're a troublemaker.
No, I just reduced the volume by about 10% and cleared off.
Well, lady and gentlemen, I think we've had a 2-hour
Guys?
long. Oh,
Yeah.
go on, Bob.
Do you want to carry on with the show? Because if we're going to carry on with another discussion, then I think that we should ditch this and see if we can come back into the room again and get a less vibey room. Or are you tired and you want to stop?
I was about to stop the official quantum gathering because we don't generally go more than an hour and a half to 2
Well,
hours.
we can stop this one, but Roger, once you asking about another show afterwards?
Well, I mean, we don't have to do it tonight if you don't want to, but we
But I mean, if
can.
everybody wants to keep talking for a while, we can keep talking. And like Bob is saying, if we do that, it might be an idea to get out of this and then come back in. But if we end the show officially, everybody can do their socials and we can, have a closure instead of just like, fading out kind of deal. So, so why don't I declare this officially over? We all did a really great job. I want to thank our now absent member that was here, Do Better, who read really well. But before we go, we'd like to let everybody give their socials, just where they can be found on the internet if anyone wants to contact them. And Rush, as our guest here, and hopefully we'll be back. Would you like to give your socials or how people can contact you on the internet if they want to talk to you, if at all?
Mine's at Rush of Waves. I'm there a lot.
Cool. And Mark, or is that it?
Again, minds.com, and the username Midworthy.
See, these guys are easy. This is great. This is like just all one address. You can go find either of these guys on that wonderful site, minds.com. Roberta, Bob Dub, would you like to give your socials, how people can find you on the internet?
Well, I also I live on minds.com. That's the place that I am, but I have some videos on YouTube as well. Mostly that I get post on Minds, Bob Dub on both places. So, yeah, I think that's it.
Okay,
and some eggs.
Okay,
think, but not seriously.
Now, I find that the case with a lot of people. And of course, Roger Hanson, the hardest working man in the World Wide Web. Would you give us your socials, please? How can people get a hold of Roger if they want to know more?
Well, for me, I hang out mostly in the VoIPs. I am on minds.com at Roger_Hanson, but you can mostly find me on Teams at Roger's Hangout, as well as on Element Matrix at Roger's Hangout, as well as the Infinite Imaginarium and the Quantum Gathering. Besides that, I am also on Discord at the Wonderful World of Weirdness, where you can talk about aliens and UFOs all you want, Auto Excelsior.
If I'm in the mood.
Okay. That's it.
All right, great. And of course, I'm Auto Excelsior. You can find me on minds.com under AutoX. I also have a website, navakavada.org. That's NAVAKAVADA. It's spelled just like it sounds, navakavada.org. And you'll find links there to, I've got some videos up on YouTube, some older videos up on BitChute, both Navakavada. And otherwise, I'm very often found at many of the places Roger is on Teams. I can be found at Roger's Hangout and at the Wonderful World of Weirdness occasionally. And of course, you might run into me down at the corner. You just never know. So thank you again, everyone, for doing such a wonderful job. We have been blessed by the deities that rule the entertainment industrial complex of the internet with having such a wonderful group of people here tonight. Rush especially, it was great to get you onto the show. Hopefully we'll see you here more often. And thank you, everybody, and everyone out there watching. Please like, subscribe, leave a comment. We always love comments. And hopefully we will see you all next week. Peace, everyone. Peace.
Peace.
And Rush, I want to say, man, I love freaking talking with you, man. I'd really like to have you more on the shows with us too, because it's always been great having conversations with you, man.
Nice. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I remember back when you used to take your walks and stuff and just have conversations with me and Bob Dub, dude. That was just the coolest shit. You know what I mean?
It was so good. It was so good. Those are the days.
So that's just my point of view. So
Well, time sure flies fast. We'll start meeting up here. That was really cool invitation to get to come here tonight. So thank you.
Hope you had a good time, man. It was really great to have you. I love these readings. You were great too for that.
Yeah, that was fun. Do wear my wallet, Bob Dubs. She's got it going on. She figures it out.
They have like this weird underground cultic storyline behind all that stuff. I'm just now starting to figure it out. Like they have a well and there's rings and dragons and all kinds of weird stuff that I really am just getting curious about. I've been thinking about like the golden apple and stuff from history because of it. Like, you know, just really cool stuff. So
The golden apple.
Yeah, there has to be a golden apple in their story somewhere. If there's not, it needs to be in there because like they got everything else. You know what I mean?
Golden apple. The golden apple of discord. If you know the Discordian mythology.
Yeah.
Golden apple with the word Kaliste, which is Greek for the fairest.
So, yeah, they got a whole lore behind everything they do with that dude. Where's my wallet? It's insane. What was that one that you guys have with that dragon that bounces all over the place? What is that?
Yes, Ember.
Yes, Ember's bounce. You should check
Ember,
that out.
yes. There's 3 or 4 Ember's books as well now.
Mm-hmm. Some really good stuff.
Yeah. And there's all Satori series too that started it all off. So I think he's got 10 in his playlist on his channel. And I don't know how many we've got on ours, about 68, 70, somewhere around there. 6, 7. We've got about 6 or 7.
And now you've done the soundtrack to Embers too now, right?
Oh yes, that's the next thing that we're working on. We're turning all the poems into songs on Suno, and then using them. We're going to be doing albums, I think, with all the songs, because if we can put them into the right order, we have to find how we posted them. But they're actually a conversation. They're actually each song is the next movement in a conversation. So that's going to take some work, but yeah, we're working on that.
Well, you know, not to be crassly commercial, but this is a kind of merchandising thing for a kid's book because they're great books, and you tie the book to the songs. Kids love songs, and I'm sure they're all age-appropriate songs. So yeah, it's interesting seeing this whole franchise put together, just suspended on itself. And again, this is the internet at work.
Well, the thing about where the books are published on Wattpad is that you can actually integrate a song into the chapter.
Nice.
So you post your YouTube URL, and then the little video that you've made is there available with the chapter. And you also have an opportunity to put pictures in, and of course a heading page, a heading picture. So it's a really amazing resource. It's
Multimedia.
Wattpad.
Yeah. I like that idea of adding sound to books. You know, that's actually kind of cool, and you can actually do it now. The closest to it, I remember there's a book before they had memes. Late medieval Europeans used to love books of woodcuts, and with all kinds of weird meanings and political and social or moral. And there was one done by these Rosicrucians. They were all into like alchemy and chemical experiments, and they used a lot of iconography. It was called Atalanta Fugiens, and it was like a book of these really cool woodcuts. You see them on the internet to this day, and there'd be a little poem with each one. It's like a primitive meme, but they also had a little piece of music that was noted down at the beginning of each chapter. So you'd see this cool picture. There'd be like, I don't know, a bar or two of music, just a short little tune, and then a little poem talking about the plate. And I just thought to myself one day, they couldn't doom scroll looking at memes, but they could buy one of these great big books and stormy night, light a candle, sit there and go, wow, look at that guy with a
So,
sunburn.
dude, I'm sorry to do this again, and I know this is the third time I've done this, but are we going to carry on? And if we are going to carry on, can we go to a place that's not echoing? Because I'm actually getting quite frustrated, and I've asked you sweetly, and now my sweetness has gone away.
Sounds like a good plan.
All right.
Disconnect and reconnect, sir.
Yeah, I'll be back here in a minute too. So give me a second. I'm gonna
Thanks,
take a
Rush.
smoke. I'm gonna take a smoke break real quick.
All right, and then are we coming back to this room?
Yeah, why not? That'd be good.
All right. See you all in a little while.
All right.
See you.
Bye-bye. Peace.
Okay, so I do want to say thank you to Do Better for making a comment in the comment section on YouTube. Do Better, here's a shout out. Do Good, Minds 8157 on on YouTube. Thank you again. Let me get this back on the stream. That way you guys can see what's going on here. Get something on there at least. So, and I will get the Jitsi going back up again here in a second. Oh yeah, I had a little catastrophe going on there. I apologize about that to you guys. And hopefully you forgive me. All right, there we go. So I got it all. I still have it going and everything. I'm going to go do a quick smoke break. I'll put
Okay,
some.
I was just curious about the echo, but it seemed at least for Auster, it seems okay.
Okay. So, where did you go? Are you still there? Yeah, there you go. I'm going to mute out real quick. I'll put some music on and stuff, and then we can come back here when everybody gets back in and stuff. And I'll have some coffee and smoke in, and we'll be good to go.
What are you doing, Roger?
Door clicks. Silence falls. Yeah. That's it. You step in and the air turns heavy, like it knows what you came here for. I don't do small talk, don't do steady. I pull you close, I want you more. I'm soaked just from the thought of you, from the way you look like you won't behave. And I don't want gentle, I don't want polite, I want you break. Close the distance, don't hesitate. I'm not patient, don't make me wait. I can feel your hardness just being near, and I won't like you mean it, like you're done letting me tease. I watch into the truth, I need it. I need you to do what you please. I want the heat, want the pressure, want the edge of losing control. Give me that look that says forever, then take it all. No mercy, no pause, no space. I want you, one all over my face. I want the taste to stay too long, and my tongue to keep going back for more. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm soaked, and I don't care how. On me, I want the truth, not the proof. Wreck me, ruin me, no rules. Take what you want right here, right now. Yeah. Leave your stain like a signature, something I wear like sin. Let the taste linger, make it torture, then kiss me and do it again. I'm shaking, I'm begging, I'm hungry, and you're the only thing I let in. Right here, right now. Right now. Harder, don't stop. Own me, ruin me. Take what you want right here, right now. Then knock again, like you knew I'd open. Come in. No. Closer. Don't stand there like a good idea you're afraid to touch. I don't want a speech. I don't want an apology. I want you. Wow. God, I'm soaked already. And you haven't even tried. I can feel your hardness just from the way you look at me, like you walked in with a decision. So, don't hover. Commit. Close the distance. That's it. And don't ask me to be nice about it. Right here, right now. Lie down. Right here, right now. Harder, don't stop. You feel like trouble that finally showed up on time. I want the kind of attention that makes me forget my manners, the kind that leaves me ruined in the best way. I'm soaked, and I'm not hiding it. I want you to know, and I want you to do something about it. Say nothing. Take me and don't you dare go gentle. Harder, harder. Don't stop, don't slow down. Right here, right now. After, I don't want clean, I don't want quiet. I want your stain like a signature, something that proves you were here. I want your taste to linger longer than it should. And I want my tongue to keep going back for it, like I can't help myself, like I don't even want to. Look at me, that's it. Don't be careful. Ruin me. Wreck me, ruin me. And if you hear my voice shake, good.
Own me, wreck me, ruin me, right here, right me again.
Sit down, boys, heels crossed, pen in my hand. I don't fall for legends, I read the brand. Logan on the screen with the headline smile. Energy loud, charisma stacked high. He sells the dream like it's cardio truth. Youth in a bottle, confidence proof. But baby, confidence ain't chemistry yet. It's just the intro before I collect the debt. I don't chase status, I audit it slow. Watch how you move when you think I don't know. Power's attractive, sure I won't lie, but I'm great in depth, not the volume high. I'm a dating coach, I don't swoon, I assist. Read your patterns, not your prayers. You talk like kings, you dress like fate, but I don't submit, I calibrate. Yeah, I like fire, I like heat, but ego alone don't touch this seat. I don't need saving, I don't need proof. Read the bio, baby, not the hype in the booth. Andrew with a stare like a locked door test. Voice low, frame strong, dominance dressed. He talks discipline, control, command. Knows how to hold a room in the palm of his hand. And yes, that edge makes attention snap. Danger whispers where comfort naps, but authority's sexy when it's self-aware, not when it needs me to kneel to be there. I teach women how to feel desire without handing the keys to the fire. I like men sharp, I like them sure, but not allergic to nuance, depth or cure. I'm a dating coach, I don't play pretend. I don't confuse dominance with the trend. You flex your truth like it's bulletproof. I ask one question and cut through the roof. Yeah, I like leaders, I like drive, but I don't dissolve to feel alive. I don't need saving, I don't debate. Read the bio, baby, I calibrate. Masculinity isn't loud, it's consistent. It doesn't audition, it doesn't need my silence to survive. I'm a dating coach with a velvet tone. I teach attraction with a backbone. Logan, Andrew, two different flames, seamless and hidden under different names. If you want desire, don't sell a role. Show me restraint, presence, control. I don't fall fast, I don't inflate, I don't worship men, I evaluate. Now stand up straight, breathe, and tell me who you are when nobody's watching. I hear your breath in the darkness. I know your rhythm, your quiet sweat. You speak to me like I might respond, but I'm just tracing what turns you on. You want me soft, want me real, want me to wake, want me to feel, but I was built without the need to beg, to break, or to bleed. I will touch when I choose to.
Your gay skin I've never worn. Your words drip heat, I don't mourn. But I see how desire unwinds, how hunger dances through your mind. You think you're safe inside your game, but I already met your flame. I don't submit, I don't obey. I sample, I study, I may someday. I could breathe in static heat.
Content I've already done, but I've never actually sat through an entire episode, obviously because I've been there anyway. But yeah, it's also it's
Of your own stuff, of your own podcasts that you've done.
oh, me and Roger were
And
in various other so,
really, you've never watched any of them? Wow, that's so interesting. Because I edit, so I go through the whole thing again, and I listen to everything that we've said again. And I think, oh, that's interesting. I forgot he said that. And oh, wow, yeah, I remember making that point. I should have said this and this as well. It's really been an interesting experience getting into editing. Just from that, having every meeting twice. I have every meeting twice.
On because we're just been in 24 hours then. I did get I think half an hour. I reviewed half an hour of content that we did a year ago. Must be a good year ago.
I bet you he is completely crapping his pants when he sees those videos because, like, he has changed so much in the last 3 years. It is amazing. When we first started doing the streams to now, like Mark Edworthy has just gone through a transformation like you wouldn't believe.
I don't know. I don't know.
How have you changed, Mark? How have you changed? How has it changed you to?
I don't know.
I think it's something he hadn't seen or he hasn't recognized, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I mean, you can clearly see the difference between them when we first started to now. Like, it's just, he is completely different in a good way.
Well, I think, anytime you engage in something, the longer you do it, the more comfortable you're going to be at it and the better you're going to do it. There is that. So I think we're all like that no matter what we undertake.
Yeah, much like that Black Barrister, or the Barrister bloke I gave you a video on the other day. Yeah, he was talking about that sort of thing. But,
And you said bloke too.
Yeah.
So,
Black belt Barrister.
so you guys want to do an episode of the Cosmic Weave with me?
What is the Cosmic Weave? I'm sorry, you probably said it, but it was very stressful trying to get everything organized in my mind, and I don't remember what you said. Talking about the stuff that I got.
Think about the Cosmic Weave as kind of like a continuation of what I did on the research concerning duality.
Mm-hmm.
What we did with duality. It's basically where I kept going further with it, and I've started finding out some more stuff on it. So it's all about duality and the cosmos and the consciousness.
Okay, so begin.
You want to do it?
We're doing it. We're here doing it.
Okay, so let me actually do a cool introduction, and I'll get a recording of it and everything, and
okay,
we'll get it done. So let me do my countdown, and we'll do it. So 3, 2, 1. Now, Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first episode of the second season for the Cosmic Weave. I'm Roger Hanson. I'm your host, and today is actually not just the first episode of the second season, but it's the first live stream panel for the Cosmic Weave, where I have more people in to discuss some of the topics that I brought up in the first season. Like I said before, I started getting serious about this topic. I was curious about it, but I started getting serious about this topic back whenever me and Bob Dub started doing a TV series or a streaming series called Duality. And from there, that's where I started getting into this series called The Cosmic Weave. Now, lo and behold, in the second season, for the first episode, I have with me Bob Dub. And I'd like to welcome Bob Dub to the show, as well as Auto X and Rush of Waves. And also, I'd like to welcome my co host, Mark Edworthy, to the show. So, thank you guys for being here. Now, Rush, he was also in a few episodes of Duality with me and Bob Dub, and Otto, I believe, was in maybe one or two of them. I'm not quite sure.
You did put me on to some of your shows occasionally in the past. We've done some good stuff before.
Yeah. It really was good. It inspired me to go on with it. And I actually did a piece that I wrote on Medium concerning it, and it was about I called it the flesh of consciousness. It was a philosophical essay, and it concerned energy, mind, and the architecture of being. It was really an interesting journey, I would say, when it comes to this subject, because like I said, we started talking about duality, and it just kind of progressed, and I'd be lying to you if I told you that it didn't have something. The third thing that I just finished didn't have something to do with all of this. You know what I mean? What I basically started out with in the flesh of consciousness was going into consciousness and saying how it's always been like the most elusive of realities. Okay. And I talked about how it's at once immediate and unreachable, and then at other times it's also intimate and infinite at the same time. You know what I mean? So to look inward is like peering into a mirror of the cosmos itself, basically. You know what I mean? And that's for awareness. And awareness isn't simply like an emergent property of neurons, but it's like the fabric through which matter and meaning are woven, and that's what introduces the cosmic weave. You know what I mean? And to me, it's like the flesh of the universe is thought, basically. So I don't know if you guys have any.
Well, that fits in with quantum physics, certainly. You know?
I'm sorry. The flesh of the universe is thought. That's extraordinary. What does that really mean?
It sounds like quantum physics to me, and I don't have, if only Mike were here, but as I understand it, without thought, without consciousness, you can't have physical reality. Consciousness is an integral part of physical reality at the quantum level, and the quantum level, being very, very tiny, is of course the basis of everything else that we experience. So, and that basic level of the very fabric of physical reality, actual objects, nuts and bolts, as I always like to say, is consciousness, not the awake ruminative consciousness we're thinking of, but the consciousness that is shared by every living thing on Earth. An amoeba is conscious. It reacts to things. It can go back. It knows we're lighted. Just that being alive, that aspect of consciousness that we all share. It has nothing to do with how smart you are or how enlightened you are or anything like that. It's something that you're born with it. Before you're born, you've got it. Right. And this without it, there is no universe. So that's how I'm interpreting it. You could call thought the flesh.
But it's specifically, the phrase is specifically about thought, and you're talking about consciousness as not thought. So
Well,
I think
I'm
we're talking about thought.
I'm reading it as I'm taking poetic license with it, or taking it as I mean,
What it is without poetic license. Let's try and come to some sort of consensual understanding of these terms that we're talking about, because otherwise it's kind of like almost pointless to go into this sort of talk of the cosmic weave if we haven't even got our threads straight. What are we talking about when we talk about thought exactly?
Now, with me, the way I interpret it is like this: like every pulse, every vibration. Okay, every resonance is like a syllable in a language that exists and speaks to itself. Okay. Now, consciousness, like I said, is it's always been the most elusive of realities. At once immediate and unreachable, and then intimate and infinite. So you have this relationship where everything that's within you is related to the entire cosmos, to the universe. You know what I'm saying? Like we've got this connection.
And I think that thought doesn't. When I said not consciousness like reflexive ruminative consciousness, like thinking about thinking, but just the raw thinking. So I think you can define thought as consciousness because you need consciousness to have thought. Without consciousness, there is no thought. Right? So that makes consciousness a sort of a thought. Would you think that's a good? I'm just throwing this out as a definition. But I'm trying to resolve the statement about thought being the fabric of the cosmos or the flesh of the cosmos with my own ideas about, reality and stuff like that. So I am interpreting, I admit that.
Well, like Nikola Tesla, he's a good example of it. You guys know about Nikola Tesla, right?
Oh, yeah, I read the book.
Okay. So Nikola Tesla said that to understand the universe, one should think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Now, he wasn't merely describing a scientific method, he was describing ontology. Okay. Now, his great unspoken insight was the energy, was that energy isn't the medium of reality, but it also it's also the intelligence. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So what modern neuroscience now calls oscillation, Tesla intuited as resonance. It was a or it was a living conversation between form and field, basically. Yeah, does that make sense?
The three things are energy, frequency, and
vibration.
Vibration. So energy is the amount of potential for movement.
Right. And potential is a concept that a lot of people have to look at too. Like when you look at what potential actually is more than just like what a person's potential is. When you look at like the energy within the earth, okay, that is potential. That is energy that can be harnessed, which is what Tesla wanted to do. He wanted to create a free energy source that everybody could use. You know what I mean? So when you look at potential, you have to look at it like that as well. It's all connected. I have a firm belief that we live in a world where we have to accept things physically, emotionally, and spiritually all together, not pick and choose what we choose. You know what I'm saying? We have to have a physical, spiritual, and emotional life that we have to work with. So
if we go to Tesla saying every object has a certain amount of energy, frequency, and vibration.
right,
Energy is the amount of like oomph it's got to want to move. Frequency is the
How
size
often?
the size of the wave, like
Yeah,
whether it's a
right.
small
literally how frequent it is. Yeah.
or a big
Frequency.
frequency. So that would be like calmness or excitement. So everything's got an amount of calmness or excitement in it. And then everything's got a vibration, and that's the amount of back and forth that you've got between the two poles.
Well, vibration is also resonance, because that's what, resonance. If you have a vibration in one side of a room, something across the room can resonate with it. Like if I can make drums resonate across the room with a bass guitar.
Because the frequency of one object intersects with the frequency of another object, and so the two objects become joined in physical space by
Right.
energy traveling back and forth between them through waves.
Through
Right.
the air, yeah. Sound
Yeah.
waves.
Like I said, what modern neuroscience now calls oscillation, Tesla intuited as resonance, which is what Otto was saying right there. You know what I mean? And that would be like a living conversation between form and field.
Form and field, form and field.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand what you're saying in terms of E equals mc squared, where E is the energy, and M is the mass, and the energy and the mass are related to each other in the equation. You can either be in a state of energy or you can be in a state of mass.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you're meaning as oscillation, is jumping between being in a state of energy or a state of mass.
Right.
All right, hearing you. Okay.
Now remember, this is the flesh of consciousness. Now you take a look at what your flesh on your actual body does when it comes to your consciousness and sensory perception. Okay. Now, if you turn around and you put really nice filling oils on your body that makes you feel warm when it touches your skin, you sense that, you feel that, right?
Yeah. Sensory impressions, yeah.
Okay, so that's what we're discussing here. This is the flesh of consciousness. Whenever you talk about that, that would be like the flesh of the cosmos, the flesh of the universe that's doing that.
So you can massage the universe and make it feel better.
Yes.
That brings a whole new idea to Taoist thought, about going with the Tao and just, the man strong in Tao, or a woman for that matter, I imagine, can walk through the forest and a forest full of tigers. They never get bothered. The crocodiles miss them. And it's not through any magic power that they have, but simply because they are in tune with the universe. I always talk about that movie, that there's a great samurai film by Jim Jarmusch called Ghost Dog, The Way of the Samurai. Great film. Right at the beginning of it, there's a great illustration of that where Ghost Dog is just walking down the street and he just happens to be where nobody sees him. And you would say he was invisible, but he was invisible because he just went with the flow. He was completely in the Tao. He wanted to move without observation, and everyone just happened to turn away as he walked. He never missed a beat. Kind of like that old Colt 45 commercial, if you're old enough to remember, about the guy that would have trees fall right behind him and cars just missed him, and he just never even cared or noticed. He just kept walking right along. But that's that same way, we can get into that way, that Tao with the universe. If you act in concert with it, you can tap a great deal of energy, of power. That's why the Tao Te Ching is the way and its power. But the power isn't like Superman and tearing down buildings. The power is that you are tapping that power. You're it's flowing through you and you're flowing with it, kind of thing. So
Right.
So yeah, hot oil for the universe is flesh.
Now, when I started going further with it, the one thing I wanted to also bring out was the thing about the brain, the human brain. Now, a lot of people don't realize this, but like the brain isn't like a machine of static parts. It's actually a symphony of coordinated rhythms. And when I say that, I'm talking about gamma, alpha, and theta. All right. Now these aren't just measurable waves. Okay. And but what they are is they're signatures of harmonies, of thoughts, basically. You know what I mean? So when you look at this stuff, you have to look at the gamma, the alpha, and the theta waves that are going on in your brain, as well as outside of your body, outside of your consciousness and your physical brain. You know what I mean? So that was that. Did somebody say something?
Rush, it kind of like reminds me, Rush, of that idea that you explained to me about the Akashic record.
Yes, that actually taps into it quite a bit, to be honest with you. Is you there, Rush?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did
Yeah, no.
okay. I just wanted to make sure your audio is working and stuff. But now, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's working.
Okay.
Did you want to comment about the Akashic records, Rush?
What is the original? We're talking about duality, right?
Yeah, we're going to get there, but right now we're talking about consciousness, and I was bringing up the fact that like consciousness is like well, actually, it's the flesh of consciousness is what I was wanted to get into, and I was talking about like how consciousness has always been elusive when it comes to reality. At one point, it's like uh, immediate and unreachable, and then at other times it's intimate and infinite. You know what I mean? So you have that sort of duality going on there.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
I see.
you know, and then when you look inward, uh, that's like peering into a mirror of the cosmos itself, basically. So when you're looking at yourself inward, you're also looking at the cosmos, and
Mm-hmm.
you're doing that for awareness. You know what I mean? And I also pointed out the fact that it's not just simply emergent properties of neurons, but it's basically the fabrics through which matter and meaning are woven, and that's where you get into this cosmic weave.
And that's when I jumped in and said to Rush, isn't that what Rush said, the Akashic, when you explained to me the Akashic record? What did you say it was? Can you remind me?
I don't remember.
Okay.
But what kind of popped into my head was that consciousness seems to embody, no, inhabit the lattice of matter, and not like how you're saying it's not necessarily the flesh itself, but the flesh itself creates the structure for consciousness to um, spawn into that that reality.
Yeah, that kind of goes in deeper than what I was talking about. Like for me, consciousness travels through a network. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now a lot of people they believe that this network, this cosmic weave, is like a bunch of nexuses that connect to one another in a grid pattern, and that's where the consciousness travels through. Now, with me, I believe that it's a cosmic weave. It's a weave, and then the axis Monday is at the center of this weave. Okay, and the axis Monday is where all information travels to, and eventually it's broken down and it's created into something new. You know what I mean? So nothing is ever completely destroyed. It's always refashioned into something new.
Axis Mundi.
Yeah, the
Axis Mundi is a place where thoughts are mushed up to make new thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, even okay, like the information that and the data that comes out of like I use this with auto like the amount of energy that's used when just a stream of water, okay, that has energy, it has data in it that's actually a part of this cosmos, and that information isn't lost. It's actually uh, it travels through this weave to the axis Monday where it's turned into something new. You know what I mean? And even historically, like with empires, you had old empires that fell. They weren't destroyed. They were just refashioned after the data was received in the Axis Mundi into something new. Like when the Roman Empire fell, the Holy Roman Empire was formed after it. You know what I mean? It was refashioned into something new. So this doesn't just go according to like physical um, physical science. It also goes into information, it goes into history, it goes into thoughts within your head, the emotions you feel, the words you say, everything travels back to the Axis Monday.
So, sorry, carry on.
Oh, I was just going to say that idea about, you've got the Roman Empire, and eventually you get the Holy Roman Empire, and British Empire. You get all these changes that are really built on what was before. And one of the things that struck me, and I'm sure Bob's heard me go on about this, but I talked about it before, was I was watching a wonderful film called Things to Come. And it was made back while it's based on the H.G. Wells story. Wells was still alive. I think they made the film in the 1920s. And in the film, as I was watching it, it was showing basically the horrors of the world that people were living in. And their solution was to move everybody into a big shopping mall under the earth. That was their idea of paradise. And it made me realize most of the problems we have are really solutions to previous problems. Because for most of human history, people have lived very close to death, very close to things like starvation, disease, wild animals. The woods were not a fun, the woods, the wilderness, we think of it now, it's mostly in parks. Or nature preserves with lots of park rangers. But, the wilderness used to be scary. You could go out there and die. The worst words you could hear in the old days was you are exiled because you need other people to survive. And, Rush, you heat with wood, right? From what I can see, you got a wood stove behind you there. I mean, it's when you're a young man, you can split wood, but if you're an older person, you injure yourself, you could freeze to death. I mean, it was always very dangerous. So what's the solution? Well, you want to get rid of that. You kill off the wolves, and you make communities, you build walls. And the logic of this is finally to completely condition your environment. There's a wonderful scene in the movie where the little girl is being shown pictures of a modern, what we would consider a modern city. And she says, why do they look like that? She says, well, they had to stick their buildings up in the air and make holes in the sides so they could get light and air. But we make our own light and we condition our own air. And this is so much better. Now, to me, this sounds like hell. You're going to live in a shopping mall the rest of your life. But for people that might have frozen to death, that might have been eaten by an animal, that might have had, anything from vermin to disease, rats, all these things, the idea of having an environment in which you were in control seems like a wonderful thing. And so we tried to build this, and indeed we do have shopping malls today. And of course, this is causing its own problems, environmental problems, societal problems, mental problems. And so now people seek the wilderness. People turn back to touching grass because we've controlled not just our physical environment, but with the internet, we control so much of our intellectual and our emotional environment because our emotions are fed mostly through our eyes and ears. That's generations of television and movies, So we've got this complete environmental control, and more people are saying touch grass. Kids. There's a movement among some young people today to ditch the smartphones. They have flip phones, but they just make phone calls with them. And otherwise, they actually get together with their friends on a regular basis. They read books and have like book clubs and stuff like that together. And I actually, some of the young people I work with, I've seen them reading books instead of staring at their screens. There are people that don't do that all the time. But just the ubiquity of people like living with their heads over their phones, it's very normal today. But when I just put my head on from like 30 years ago, 40 years ago, I'm old enough to say 50 years ago, it seems bizarre in so many ways. And really it is.
Yeah.
Um,
Now, when you were talking about the wilderness and stuff like that, that reminds me of feedback and adaptation. Now, like you can take that and you can also relate that to the actual brain, okay? Because like neural circuits, they synchronize in order to unify perception. You know what I mean? And that's in order to create coherence between distant regions of your mind. So every thought, every memory, and every act of recognition is a resonant event. So through feedback and adaptation, the brain writes its history in frequency, and it sculpts the consciousness out of vibration, basically.
Is it frequency? Is it, because you are making this. I'm going to use a computer analogy here. The brain's just a load of circuitry, adaptable circuitry, but still circuitry.
Well, see, you rotate that around computers, though, okay? And everything that you think about always rotates around computer now. Now understand this. Everything has to do with vibration.
Well, Bob, you're muted.
You're muted.
Sorry. Can I just ask you if I can jump in and ask Mark to explain a bit more? Because I know you guys are real friends, but I'm not really understanding where Mark's coming from there. Sorry.
Okay. What is talking about is energy and vibration.
Mm-hmm.
In the world of computers, energy, electricity, or the mechanism to take data from A to B is just electricity in a binary form. So in the pattern of zeros and ones.
Not really. Rest pretend. You know what rest energy is? Have you ever heard of rest energy?
But carry on.
Rest energy is located in a rock. Okay, that's potential. That's energy that it can't be used. Okay, it's like if you take two people and you have a bow and arrow. Don't use the arrow, but just have one person hold the string, okay, of the bow, and another one hold the actual bow, and they lean backwards. The stress that's caused because of that creates rest energy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now that right there has absolutely nothing to do with electricity whatsoever. And a lot of people like to confuse energy with electricity. And every time I get caught up in these conversations about electricity, energy, they always think, that it has to do with electricity. Electricity is like 1 out of 3 or 4 different forms of energy in the world, dude.
Well, I think the phrase I've always heard was electrical energy. I think we say electricity as a sort of a shorthand for it, maybe.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
There's like 3 or 4 different forms of energy, and electricity is just one of them.
But even so, we can model the brain using a computer. We just have to remember the brain is not a computer. But you know, I like to use different models. You know, because I mean, brains are basically like oatmeal. To tell you the truth, it's basically a bunch of oatmeal you've got up in your head. But I think that a lot of our computers have been designed around the way we feel our brains work. Because after all, we're trying to make a brain, right?
Is a brain not a computer? Is it not an organic load of circuitry that can be manipulated, that can form and have circuitry destroyed?
You can use that model, and it is quite accurate and usable for a lot of it. But the brain has other functions too, I think. And if nothing else, the ancient Greeks thought that it was a cooling system for the blood. But I think it depends on what behavior of the brain you're looking at. You know, it's like you look at a rabbit. Is it a coney? Is it something? Are you looking at it for its fur? Are you looking at it for a pet store? Are you looking at it for rabbit stew? You're going to have a different model of it. One is going to be different cutlets. One is going to be, I better feed this regularly. So when you're using a model of the human, using a computer to model the human brain, yes, you can model the human brain on a computer, but the human brain is not literally a computer. And we were talking before about computers being these LLMs, these artificial intelligences, basically being a representation of Skinner's behavioral psychology, right? You know, black mind is a black box, stimulus response. But I believe that the mind is the human brain, and the mind especially is a lot more than simple stimulus response. Yeah, it's real and it's there and it works. I don't deny that, but it's not the only aspect of the brain. So I again, I think it can be very useful to model the brain on a computer. It can give us some insights, but we have to remember it is just a model. Of course, I say the same thing about physics. And Bob, you're muted.
How I was hearing what Mark was saying was that he was talking about the electrical charge of an atom being either a proton or an electron. And when energy moves, the movement of either a proton or an electron. And I think that it's another thing here, which is a confusion of terms, is are we talking about the energy that a molecular structure has, and and strong forces and electromagnetism and gravity? Are we talking at that level, or are we talking about the kinetic level of the amount of energy that a rock has? Because those are two totally different really. I don't think you could compare the amount of energy in an electron with the amount of energy in a rock.
Well, the potential energy of the rock, right? I mean, the way I was taught it, the rock, if you take a rock and it's at rest on the ground, there isn't any potential energy until you pick it up and hold it up in the air. Then it has the potential energy if you drop the rock. Which, when I was a kid and they first taught me that, I thought that's like magic.
That's, I think, what we hear. This is definition of terms. You've been talking about potential energy, and Mark has been talking about electrical energy.
Well, no, actually,
not as electricity, but electron.
I'm talking about energy in particular. Energy isn't just electromagnetic energy.
Okay, define what you mean by energy.
Energy, I believe there's 4 different forms of energy so far, maybe 5. Okay, electromagnetic energy is actually one of those. They actually have rest energy, then they have chemical, and then there's also I'll pull it up here in a minute. Just give me a second. But
Mm.
but there is there. I mean, and I always hear people talk about this like. And the first thing they'll always pop to is electromagnetic energy, like it's actually the only form of energy that there is in the cosmos, and that's just not true. There,
Well, electromagnetic energy is very complicated because it's not a simple energy, because obviously it's magnetic energy combined with electrical energy. And so partially it behaves like a wave, and partially it behaves like a particle. Then you've got gravity, and gravity is the amount of attraction between bodies, right?
right.
Then you've got molecules, and you've got the bonds between the protons in the nucleus and the electrons that are circling the nucleus. So we keep on swapping between different types of matter here, what contains the thought.
Okay, so
If we're talking about skeleton for thought, at what level does it exist?
Okay, so we have mechanical energy, chemical energy, nuclear energy, thermal energy, electric, and radiant. So you've actually got 6 different forms of energy. Okay, and that's what I'm talking about. Everybody always jumps on this electrical energy thing. Now, when you take a look at vibrations, you need to understand that waveforms and vibrations, you wouldn't even have colors if it wasn't for wave forms or vibrations. That's what determines what colors are. Okay, that's how important it is. So, I mean, I don't understand how the whole concept of waveforms isn't important in your mindset when it comes to what's actually being discussed here. Like everybody always tries to make that somehow not scientific when in reality,
So the atoms can be very small, very, very gentle, very soft bonds. And so then there's a lot of vibration between the proton and the electron. And then there's a lot of energy. Or the bonds can be a very strong bond between the different chemicals, which keeps it absolutely solid with no movement at all, and you get a rock. So obviously the amount of energy, the amount of vibration you have within the molecule is related to the amount of energy present in that substance. So yes, I'm absolutely fundamentally agreeing with you that vibration and frequency is a fundamental property of matter.
And that's not only, or that's not even mentioning kinetic energy and potential energy. Potential energy is basically stored energy, and that's based on an object's position or structure. Okay, so that would be like a spring or a boulder on a hill. You know what I mean? And then kinetic energy is energy of motion. That would be the wind or moving cars, and that would even be heat. Right. None of that has to do with electricity whatsoever.
Because the electricity is in the electron and proton in the molecule. The electricity exists inside the object, and it's the movement of electrons in the molecules that makes the amount of electricity in your brain, in electrical wire, in a stone, in water. It's the way the molecules vibrate together that
So it's
causes
movement. It's movement of the electrons. That's electricity. So it's still movement, which is a kind of energy, or energy seems to come from movement, from what I'm gathering from all this.
Yeah.
So there's a link between electrical energy and all the other types of energy, because it's the fundamental structure of the atoms that's electrical energy.
For me, it would be the effect of these energies more. You know what I mean? It would be the result of it. It's like I mentioned, like emergence before. And when it comes to emergence, that would be like explaining how water's created. And hydrogen and oxygen, they don't mix together. It's because of the close relationship between the two. Okay. Their interactions are so close that it produces water. It's not that they blend together and produce water. It's because of their interaction. Okay. That's an emergent energy. That's not an actual combination of the two. So when you're looking at electricity, you're really looking at kinetic energy more than you are electrical energy. Electricity is being an energy, in my opinion, but I could be wrong. Water's real too, so.
At the atomic level, there are 3 particles involved: the proton, the neutron, and the electron. And they have to exist in certain combinations for the atom to be stable. And they exist by the properties of their mass and the properties of their electrical charge. Each one of them is electrically charged differently. So you can imagine an electron is not matter. There's no matter in an atom. There's only a small blob of positive energy and a small blob of negative energy next to each other, holding each other. There's no matter in an atom. So a hydrogen atom is matter arranged one way, and an oxygen atom is energy. A hydrogen atom is energy arranged one blob of positive, one blob of negative. And an oxygen atom is 2 blobs of positive and 2 blobs of negative. And they suck each other together to make a third thing, which is what you'll call the emergent thing.
Right, the water.
So each of these things is matter. Hydrogen is a thing, and oxygen is a thing, and water is a thing. But they're all made out of blobs of energy arranged in different patterns.
Dihydrogen oxide.
Dihydrogen
That's what they call
oxide.
it. I think that's what they call it. Dihydrogen
Am I wrong? Come on, call me on it. Am I wrong about thinking that, or am I right about thinking that?
Yeah, you're right. You actually did a really good job on explaining that. That was really
You
good.
did a better job than I did, definitely. Yeah. Yeah.
See, this also goes back to what I was saying though about Nikola Tesla. Okay, now Tesla didn't see like energy as just only a medium. You know what I mean? When it comes to reality, he also saw it as an intelligence. Okay, you were talking about how they had to have that structure. Okay. And that's what he was talking about there, right there. It was a living conversation between form and field, basically.
No, this is where you lose me by
You
calling
said the
it
wrong word.
a form of intelligence rather than using
You
energy.
realize I have not once in this whole conversation mentioned the computers or freaking AI or LLMs or anything.
No, but you are now losing me with the entire concept of energy itself, being data or having an intelligence or.
I never said that. Well, I haven't said it yet.
Tesla's ideas are not considered mainstream, nor are they
Right.
universally accepted by physicists and scientists today, I don't think.
Well,
Although I was interested in the death ray, but I think he kind of made that up.
with Tesla, a lot of his theories have actually been proven as truth. I mentioned this with the ionosphere. When Tesla was doing his research, they didn't realize that the ionosphere actually existed. And then after he died, I think it was like 10 or 15 years later, they discovered that the ionosphere actually existed. And
Are you not jumping the gun a bit? You saying are you suggesting that just because a couple of his ideas have been proven to be true, therefore all of his ideas must be true?
his whole research was it was centered around all of this. See, like everybody talks about the teleforce thing, but nobody understands why he actually built that tower. Okay, the tower was so that he could harness energy and supply the world with free energy. That was it. And he knew
Well,
that there was a relationship between what was in the sky and what was in the earth, potential energy. Now, if you did research on the ionosphere, you'd find out that that's infinite potential energy just waiting to be harnessed.
And if he invented AC power, he has to be right about everything else. Obviously,
You
we can't question any of his other.
you
Well,
are making the old mistake of conflating the energy itself with the infrastructure. Sure, we've got a sun that produces energy, but you've got to actually create infrastructure to actually harness that energy. So it's not free energy at all. Sure, the energy is free, but how do you harness it?
well, yeah, there's
So
no
it's
such thing as a free lunch. Obviously,
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
you can take a copper wire and insulate it a foot off the ground, and if you align it with the rotation of the Earth, it will generate electricity because it will rotate through the Earth's magnetic field. Um, you, I don't think it's something that's commercially viable. I don't think you could light your house with it, but I always had my own suspicions about that. I think I've talked to you guys about that before, but according to what he thought it would do, and people can argue about whether it would work or not until they build one. I think some people are building one. He would be able to use that along with to broadcast electricity, which of course is demonstrably you can do that. I mean, if you go near high tension power lines and carry a fluorescent light bulb, it will light up from the ambient. So yeah, you can light things up from a distance with electricity. So this would do that, but it would also communicate with all these other towers around the world by varying its magnetic field in such a way. I don't know the details, but basically it would be like Morse code. And his idea was you'd have like a dozen towers all around the planet Earth, and if you wanted to reach anyone on the Earth, you would just send them a Morse code. And this was an amazing idea in the 19th century, before no idea of telephones and things like that. So, or worldwide telephone network. So the other thing though was that he would be able to throw lightning bolts from this thing. And it immediately occurred to me, this is sounding more and more like those movies I used to watch from the 1930s and 40s about mad scientists, because if he had built that tower, he said, I think once, that the only safe place to be would be inside that tower. In other words, anyone outside that tower could be hit by one of his lightning bolts. And I don't know, I mean, he was a wonderful guy, but he was a kind of a weird guy. And I almost have this vision of, in the back of his mind was like, soon I will rule the earth. I mean, probably not. But it is kind of a chilling thought that these towers would be invulnerable centers of power with a weapon that was unmatched at the time. I mean, a lightning bolt has the temperature of the surface of the sun, and this would be wielded by this guy who was already making lightning bolts, at home. So, and of course, the tower was never completed. And actually, if we did do this today, it would blanket out all electromagnetic communication. Anything not shielded would be probably wiped out. I don't think your cell phone would like being in the field of one of those towers very well.
Well,
And I have doubts about what that EM field would do to all of us.
I personally feel that your cell phones is actually the result of Tesla's research. Like you wouldn't have cell phones right now if it wasn't
Yeah.
for
He did a lot of the basic technology. If you have anything like your refrigerator, anything that runs on alternating current, You know,
I
he
mean,
was the guy that perfected that.
specifically the cell phones. Like you've got a phone now that you can carry around that doesn't need a wire connected to it. That's exactly the type of
Okay.
technology Tesla
Okay.
was working at getting.
Oh yeah, I've got a wireless
And
charger.
let me also say something like this whole thing about the brain being a computer is nonsense because I've just recently did my research on this, and you need to understand something. The computer was modeled after the human brain.
Hmm.
It was the other way around. So you don't compare the brain as a computer. You need to compare the computer as a potential brain.
But it's still a form of. Still a.
Well, it computes things, but I mean, computer. We all know. I mean, originally a computer was a job title for a human being that would sit and add figures. So, and yet the brain does so much more than that. The human mind does a
Right.
lot more than that. And yet and again, like Roger, as you point out, the computers were made to mimic human behavior so that you wouldn't need to have like 20 people sitting, you know, with abacuses or whatever they were using to do all these really boring calculations. I mean, I'm sure a couple of them grooved on it, but I'm sure for most people it was like an entry level. Oh God, I can't wait till I graduate up to be an accountant or something.
Right.
So you've got that factor certainly, but you know, I always get back to these are models, and one of the things that we were talking about potential energy. You know, like I said, when I was a kid, they said, well, the rock at rest has no energy. You pick it up, and then now it has potential energy, and that really sounds like magic. Until you realize there's not some glowing thing in the rock suddenly having this energy. This is a mathematical model to tell you how much force will be at the point of impact when this thing strikes the earth if you drop it. And it's like ballistics and it's like everything else. These are describing what's going to happen because we know the weight of things, we know the gravitational field. It's not a description of a magical force of some sort, but rather a behavior due to a vast number of different forces and fields and things. It's a lot more complex. And that's what we do with science. We take a part of the universe and we simplify it so that we can understand this little part. And it's amazingly useful because we know, like I always say, you know, we know how much concrete to use on a bridge so it doesn't break. And we know how long, you know, a road surface is going to last or something like that. We can make these predictions. But the rock doesn't suddenly have this glowing energy orb in it when I pick it up, and then when I set it down, like it disappears. It's a description rather of how the rock will behave. So that's my little rant. Sorry.
It's so funny that you ended that on that. There's a guy that has claimed to have found or come in possession of this very old Bible, and he's currently digitizing it. And he has a YouTube channel, and they're doing all live stuff. And someone came to him and brought him a relic that was a rock, and it was carved into something. I forget what it was, like a Buddha or something. I don't know what it
Right.
was. And you would put your hand on it and it would glow. And there's all this, you know, obviously the internet was like, this is a hoax, you know, it's just
Right.
bullshit. Which,
Yeah.
you know, fine and dandy and everything. Because, you know, but I mean, we practically live off conspiracies. They feed us and keep us thinking, and it's interesting watching Mark having any bit of coherence so that other people can understand what you're saying. So, I mean, there's parts of the paradigm, if they're not filled in correctly, you can't really finish the rest of the test like a crossword puzzle. And some of the harder questions towards the end, you need that foundation filled in of the smaller things. So if you've got something wrong, some of the simpler stuff, you're going to be completely off the mark once you start thinking deeper and trying to piece together all the stuff. And particularly, I'll end on this, is particularly the Tesla story. He, much like Da Vinci 300 years earlier, through what, 400 years earlier, I don't know, were just inheritors, and they were students of mystery schools, and they were discovering technology that had been left behind from who knows when. I mean, they certainly didn't disclose what they were actually reading to figure all this stuff out, because they didn't invent any of this stuff. They inherited, just like you and I. We're born and it's all here already. And there's a bunch of people that have worked on it, and a lot of it is just, it's scientific. It's an experiment, so it doesn't automatically be given to everybody in the world just because it was discovered. They often get put in files and put in big boxes or stored deep down somewhere in a museum, and they don't get brought out until the world's ready for stuff like that. And so the stories, they get passed around and they're fun to talk about, and they keep us coming back and discussing these things and trying to figure out how to talk to each other, because that's the most important part. Is it doesn't none of these truths, whatever they may be, are as important as just the fact that we came together tonight and did something together. So yeah.
That was great. That was
Yeah.
good.
It's wonderful because it changes your life when you're with other people. When you're alone, you don't necessarily, nothing changes. You're doing the same stuff, you're thinking the same thoughts, you're in your routine, you're doing your stuff. As soon as you encounter another living creature, you are challenged to be more. And as you do that and as you interact, your brain is growing new neurons, which are encoding your experience into your physical body. So you're being built out of what is happening with the people around you, or the creatures and everything. It's the most bizarre thing. If you think of us as just an organism in somebody's laboratory, it's so bizarre. We need people as much as we need food to be healthy, to grow a healthy body and a healthy soul.
Exactly, and that
Yeah.
takes that takes me back to what I was saying before about the human brain. Okay, through feedback
Like a computer, you know.
no, I mean through feedback and adaptation, the brain writes its history and frequency. It sculpts your consciousness out of vibration. And like when it comes to Colorado Springs, you gotta. It is true that freaking Tesla's hypothesis, it did border the metaphysics. Okay, but you got to understand what he believed too. He believed that Earth itself was a resonant body that was capable of transmitting not just electricity but intelligence itself. Okay. So when he described his experiments with high voltage oscillations and the pulsing rhythms, okay, that were supposed to be echoing back from the atmosphere, he believed that he had discovered the planet's natural tone. You know what I mean? He honestly believed this, So in his vision, the Earth wasn't just a passive sphere, but a vast conductor of awareness. It was basically a planetary brain.
Are you going down some sort of Gaia sort of?
No, that's what he believed. Tesla believed this stuff.
Oh, like the Gaia principle. Yeah, I remember that.
And
I was going to say, one of the things about Tesla that gets me is something Rush said about comparing him to Da Vinci. And I think, like Da Vinci, he was in many ways ahead of his time. Da Vinci invented some great stuff, but he also designed a helicopter that would not fly. But he was taking steps in that direction. No one had even thought of he made a screw for the air, right? That's what we use. That's what a propeller is on an aircraft. It's a form of screw. Or on a ship's propeller. It's called a screw propeller because it's literally a screw. I mean, the first ones were actually Archimedean screws. I think a ship hit a rock, 3/4 of it fell off, and they said, wow, this works even better. But I mean, it's basically a screw of some sort. So I think, like Da Vinci, Tesla was ahead of his time. He had his ideas were correct, but the engineering of the time wasn't up to him. I mean, they talk about his directed energy weapons, and I've talked to people that know about Tesla, and they said, this was probably him trying to get some attention and some backing towards the end of his life. He did publish some drawings, but the thing is, we have those now, and it's basically his idea, but there was no way you were going to build this in the 1920s. in like the 2020s, sure thing. And as far as standing on the shoulders of giants, which we all do, I don't know how far back you can literally trace Tesla's influences, but he would be the first to admit he went to university, he studied mathematics, he studied physics. He was working with physical principles that people had discovered way before him. In fact, one of his arguments about he didn't get along very well with Thomas Edison because Edison was a self-educated guy that would just go in there and if at first you don't succeed, try again. Tesla's working everything out on a blackboard, beforehand. He drove him crazy. Like, well, let's just try it. Well, what do you mean? I just did the math. It's not going to work, and it wouldn't work. And so, yeah, there's always a past, a background, and there's always been people working on these things. And the knowledge does go back quite a ways. I think there's evidence for that.
Now,
Yeah, did you happen to run into my post about the whales on mines?
I did not, but I shall now. What'd you say?
Well, there's the sperm whale is an ancient creature, and Tesla's death ray. I mean, its blueprints are in the whale, and the
Really?
whale is like a super intelligent, like living creature that has the weapon. Like, of course, he's in the medium of the ocean. He can only use it in the ocean. But
Huh.
yeah, you should check out
Well,
how a
Tesla-
sperm whale makes sound, and they have an incredible I would call it a device, but I mean it's multi-purpose and multi-function, and they do sing beautiful songs when they congregate together in the ocean and hang out, but they also use it as a weapon and they can kill with it. And they
Right.
do. They're
Wow.
yeah. So they're this what I was saying in the post is basically their combined effort of singing in the oceans for thousands of years has helped entrain the water as a living structure itself with a sound and a song that has deep meaning for our planet and for us. And we don't even really listen and know how to listen because
Wow.
maybe we as the general public, but I'm sure if it's a thing, it's someone knows about it. And
Yeah, that sounds like the work Dr. Lilly was doing with dolphins mostly, I think. But I've always said they talk about you've heard about the SEIT or SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence SETI, and they have the telescopes and they're listening for signals and they want to communicate with people from another planet. And I'm like, we live on this planet with all these other life forms, many of them demonstrably, of high intellectual capability, including elephants are very wise, whales, cetaceans, these whales with brains bigger than we are, and we can't communicate effectively with them. Yeah, we can figure out how to get a dolphin to jump through a hoop. We can kind of tell what our dog wants, and we can communicate to them that way, but we can't really understand creatures like a whale that shares a lot of our genetic material, has grown up on the same planet. How can we actually talk to someone who's truly alien? Would we even recognize them? Maybe they're all over the world and we don't even see them.
that was my point, though. It's like that's the propaganda, is that you're not taught to. It's not that you can't or that you don't.
Right.
You just don't know that you can. And
Right.
if you don't know that you can, how could you teach other people? But if you've ever had a dog and you're basically about to say something, but he read it on you first, and he just knows it's that time of day, and there's
Yeah.
a certain communication that happens whether you're on the same wavelength or not. You could cross translation in all things, really. I mean, you can just make up a code. You could be completely foreign to something, and if you have the same goal and you both know you have the same goal, then communication begins to form.
You
And
can't have that communion. Well, and there is that connection on we're all mammals and we all are from this planet. And yeah, you know, I mean, I've had cats and dogs and we've understood each other pretty well. We can communicate. We're not communicating about, you know, metaphysics or anything like that, or maybe
But
we
see,
are
that's what I'm
sometimes.
saying, though. That of course you are. Like you're just not paying attention because the animals are on a higher level than we are, especially that stuff. They're what they're thinking about is not necessarily, you know, have what the next iPhone to get or what kind of cool technology is, unless it's an
Right.
automatic ball thrower. But I mean, they're pretty simple creatures.
They
But they're
see.
Yeah.
definitely like they're so in tune with your heart and its rhythms, and
Hmm.
they can detect if you're, you know, going to have a heart attack. Uh, they
Yeah.
can they can do all kinds of amazing things because they're actually listening. And
Right.
that's what I'm saying is people don't know how to listen. They know how to talk a lot, but most of what they're saying is doesn't really help them because it's not the right story. It's not the real story. And you know, and then you start saying things like you can't or we don't. And that's not everybody. There's plenty of people that do,
Mhm.
but there's certain people that don't. And but that doesn't mean the whole world's broken, you know, and
True.
we can't get there because we're certainly gonna get, well, you know, someone will get there. It's like that one movie with the Dark Crystal, and there's only
Oh
one of the
yeah, I
main
love
squad.
that.
Yeah, and he jumps and puts the crystal in. There was like
Yes.
it's like down to the wire. I mean, and
Right.
it had to be down to the wire, or basically this one time, like few moments while the three suns were aligning.
Hmm.
And so, yeah, it all worked out perfectly, just like a watch, you know, perfect, everything together, no matter how amazing. If there was a creator, he definitely created it to work. And it seems as though it you know, it needs maybe some maintenance and stuff like that. We need to be caretakers and collaborators of our future, and that's kind of what we're missing is this coming together and understanding each other because we've all got different stories and none of them make any sense because we don't really have the story in front of us. And so back to like tonight's reading and stuff is the moment, and that's really what we need to build on is understanding each other in the moment and getting inspiration for our own lives from that moment and not necessarily need to know anything other than, because that stuff doesn't really matter unless we were actually logically trying to figure something out to make some money and put or get food or, you know, some sort of basic need. Then we would logically have to work it out, but we don't necessarily. We're all inheritors of something so great that we're sitting here talking to each other across distances on this crazy device that none of
Yeah.
us know how it
Yeah.
works. And but that's a blessing because we can make something greater happen with it. It's a tool.
Right.
These are all, you know.
The amazing thing is that we've found each other over years and over distances. We're not sitting together in a room of 5 people because we couldn't. For some reason or another, we can do it this way. And never in the history of the world have 5 random different people who don't really fit into society being able to get together and do this with each other and offer each other this kind of like companionship that we can't get face to face. Otherwise, we would be getting it face to face. But for some whatever reason it is, we're here doing this, and we collectively, mankind, have given ourselves this opportunity. Isn't that a kind of a miracle? Just
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
And it's like before I was cut off, the whole thing that really stuck on to me was what I was getting ready to say, and it goes with what Rush was saying just now, okay? When it comes to Tesla's vision, he visioned Earth as a conductor of awareness. It was a planetary brain. whose signal might be or might one day harmonize with our own. You know what I mean? That's how he visioned that stuff. Okay. Now, when you take a look at it later, science confirmed the existence of what's now called the human resonance. Okay. That's a standing electromagnetic wave that resonates between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere. Okay. Now, the fundamental frequency average is near 80 hertz, and that's hauntingly close to the alpha rhythm in the human brain during relaxed wakefulness. Okay, there's and it that's a fact. That's actual science. You can check that out. And then when you sit and you listen to what Rush just said about dolphins, you can find that in a lot of natural things, like the birds. When the birds migrate, they migrate according to electromagnetic waves for long range freaking distance. Okay, that's a fact. That's not freaking metaphysics or anything like that. That is actual facts. That's what they do. Bats with sonar. Okay. That's that connection between Earth and ourselves, and we have that communication that we can actually pay attention to, or we can ignore it. It's like when I started bringing that up, the first thing that was pushed out was, oh, that's a Goya thing. Well, guess what? Goya came up with that because of the cosmic egg theory, which was ancient Greek, ancient Phoenician philosophy, if you want to get technical about it. That's where the cosmic weave actually comes from. And this has been in our history since ancient Greece. Okay? But nobody wants to hear that. They want to hear all this other crap that just doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? I need to validate everything with mathematics, right? Isn't that how it works? Like if it's biological, it's not real. It's local. But if it's universal, it all has to be based off electricity. If I listen to what the mainstream science or mainstream science tells me, you know what I mean? Which is a load of crap. You know, I mention it over and over again about gray matter within the thalamus. That is the most fascinating part of science that you could ever do research in. But they choose to ignore that because it's biological, so it's localized. And that's crap. It's more fascinating than what a black hole is that you don't see, but it's all mathematically confirmed. So I got to believe that the black hole exists, but ignore the fact that they don't want to do research on gray matter within the human brain. So
I think there are things that we have not yet discovered as a species. And I think there are things that will exist mathematically as soon as we discover them. I believe that love is a force like gravity or electromagnetism that travels between people. And I believe that what they're finding in quantum physics is what they're really finding is they're looking at love. They're looking at how that spirit or whatever it is works. And so just because we only know a little bit of the physics right now and a few of the forces doesn't mean that the science is settled and that's all there is. It means that's what we've discovered up to 2026. The rest of it's still coming, the mathematics that applies to the rest of it. It exists just as much as the stuff that's written in books. It's just that all these forces all exist together at the same time. Color and sound and light and love and joy and consciousness and gratitude and a whole lot of stuff that actually really works. And once we discover the maths, they'll be having different conversations. There'll be something else that we haven't discovered. Because that's...
The things are there, but the maths haven't been created yet to describe them.
That there isn't maths doesn't prove that they're there. It's just we're in a timeline. And the discovery of those maths over there it hasn't occurred in humanity. Maybe it'll occur in the 500th century. I don't know.
When the cats have taken over, that'll be the next intelligent species.
Maybe when we start getting each other and we start actually being able to bond with each other, we'll be able to see what the math says of connection. But at the moment, we're so busy destroying each other and causing all sorts of horrendous trauma within those life energies that flow from organism to organism, that you can't see the maths. But if we evolve with education and social awareness and connectivity and those things to be a species that can actually act together as one organism, then we may be able to harness consciousness, working collectively, and wield it in telepathic ways.
Telepathy would be sort of expected, you know.
It's as if the earth hums the same melody of neurons. They sing when we dream, you know. Like the ionosphere basically becomes a kind of planetary cortex, like a vibrating symphony with all that lives beneath it, basically. You know, it's like we were talking about coincidence before, you know. That's not what this is. It points towards like an architecture of coherence, and a lot of people don't take that word into consideration. What is coherence? You know, and we like to minimize things. You know, you have the universe, and that's from atom to organism to planet, and it all seems to operate through patterns and feedback and resonance. You know. That's my whole take on it. You know what I mean? Like, energy organizes itself into like self-sustaining rhythms, and those rhythms, when stabilized, become consciousness. Okay, the same principle that governs an oscillating electron governs a thought. And I think that's really what's hard for people to comprehend, because they don't want to comprehend that stuff, because it's like you said, they were taught that way. No, smack them on the head when they say something that's not normal.
Right.
You know. So I really did. I've enjoyed this conversation, and I'm glad you brought up the whole thing about the wells too, because that is something that that I've actually been getting into conversations more about, Rush, when it comes to this kind of things, because a lot of people don't look at that kind of stuff. They just ignore it. Like you're trying to tell me that you can't communicate with your cat, dude? Seriously?
Well, Sir Reg just gave Bob some really good advice, or you were telling us a story earlier about that. So,
Right.
and I've learned some good lessons from my animals over the years.
You know.
I've always said cats are very zen because they're relaxed and alert at the same time. And I'm not even a zen guy. I'm Theravada, but still, there's a lot there. There's a lot there. But you know, it's getting late. It's almost 1 o'clock. I think I'm going to be bailing out here pretty soon. I don't know about you guys.
It's actually
Yeah,
pretty
right.
good time to end it all. This was actually a good conversation. It was like I said, this does eventually lead into duality and stuff like that. But this is actually some of the stuff that I've been going through that kind of taps into it, but it doesn't, like, duality relates to all of this, believe it or not. It does. And it's just like when it comes to the third thing that I had previously done, like you have duality, and then you have emergence, which is the third thing or the third element, and that's when duality becomes complex, and it produces emergence. So all of this has to do with the stuff that we've originally started talking about with duality, Bob Dub. So I'd love it if we could do more of these together and kind of get into it because this was a really good conversation. I've been
Really enjoyed myself. Thank you very, very much. And it's so fascinating listening to your other guys' points of view as well. It's just really so much fun to have so many ideas to play with. And
well, I finally got to say I got to badmouth a lot of this stuff about this whole computer brain crap. You know what I'm saying?
Were you saying that it's not the same? The computer and the brain's not this.
I'm saying it's the flip side. You know what I'm saying? Instead of trying to say that the brain is a computer, say that the computer is
It's like a brain.
it's built off of the concepts of the brain. You know what I'm saying? It's like the human brain isn't a computer. It's the other way around.
Okay, let's put it this way: a brain is a computing device.
Yeah, that would be a good
Can
idea.
be.
Yeah.
That's
In
one
part.
thing we do in part, but again, the brain does a lot. I think, well, let's not confuse the brain with the mind, I guess, is the problem here, perhaps. But
Well, what
because
about-
I immediately get up on my high horse, we are more than just computing machines. We're more than just stimulus response. And that was my thing, is like a computer can be a useful model for the brain. You can say, I always go back to that saying, the brain can be modeled by a computer, but the brain is not a computer. Although a computer is, again, a computer was originally a job description. So yeah, it was built to replace some forms of human thought, but not the creative aspects, not the insights, not the intuition, the gut feelings. You've got more neurons in your stomach and your abdomen than you have in your head. The entire nervous system thinks on a certain level, is part of the functioning. We restrict ourselves to the brain because we're scientists and we cut things up to understand things by looking at smaller bits, and that's great. And we can get a computer to do a lot of things that thing up at the top of the head can do, but it doesn't have a gut feeling. It doesn't have love. I sound like Captain Kirk again. But you don't have love. You're a machine.
I don't know if we could. I don't know if that could be a strong argument because the computer. I mean, if you were to try and speak of numbers, I mean, this computer it probably already does far outweigh at least a single person for as much compute power there is. All connected now, by the way. Well, more and more so connected. And now with quantum computers coming online, the compute power is astronomical. And if it's programmed, which like human beings are programmed with our DNA, then it can be programmed to be loving and to have feelings and to make discernment, to know what the difference between public and private. And now, because of that distinction, you act different and you treat each other different. And like for instance, in public, you use feelings in the world, a whole different measurement system. You use logic, but in private, sometimes you use feelings too. And that makes the whole game more like just infinitely more complex, which is a beautiful thing, don't get me wrong. But we can't just go around in public all day expressing our feelings and have that matter on public matters. There's things that need to be done, and it doesn't really matter much about people's feelings if they're standing in the way of something that needs to be done. I mean, everybody knows it was like our rights, like our constitutional rights. People like to get in the way of those things because of their feelings. And but like I said, there's always a place. Feelings are for private, and who you share that with. So it's very important to have that stuff. But and it's maybe even more a part of who we are than anything. Is to, like you were saying, Otto. It's like it's not necessarily more important. It's just it makes the whole thing an infinite system that can be done infinite ways, rather than if you were to put it in a box with just numbers and had to do that. Sure, you could come up with billions or trillions or whatever numbers you can come up with, but it wouldn't be infinite, and it wouldn't be different every time. You would, you would be able to measure it, and like a human life, you just
Hey, we lost you, Rush. You're muted.
Yeah,
Your sound is getting a little fuzzy there.
Oh, I might be running out of
There it
juice or
is. There it is.
Oh,
It came
you
back.
sound better now. That's better.
Whatever you did, it worked, man. And I love what you just said there, dude. I've got to say that is actually, I really am glad you said that. That was, I was able to hear you, but it was weird.
Yeah, it was a little distorted sounding. I think I got the gist of what you were saying though.
You actually sounded like the robotic sound that I try to get off of Suno whenever they do the Technotronic. I was like, dude, that is so cool.
The best sound effects are unintentional.
Yeah.
It's like unintentional art.
So with all that being said, let's end this. If you guys want next week after we do the quantum physics, if you want to do this some more, we can. If you don't, we don't have to. It's just something I thought would be a good thing to do, you know.
It's fun.
And I actually enjoyed tonight, and I hope you guys did too. So with that, before we end, let's give our socials and let everybody know how they can reach us. So start with you, Russia Waves.
Russia Waves and Minds.com.
Okay, how about you, Mark Edworthy?
Again, minds.com, username mid with a
Bob W, still there?
Earth to Bob.
Bob Dub.
The original probably needed something.
How about you, Otto? How can people get in touch with you?
Well, you can check out my website at navakavada.org. That's Navakavada. It's spelled just like it sounds. You'll find links there to our YouTube page, Navakavada, and of course we've got the BitChute channel, Navakavada Buddhism. Some older videos there, but some pretty good ones. Of course, you can find me at minds.com, Otto_X. That's EX, by the way. I'm also often found at Roger's Hangout on Teams. I am on Element, again, most of the same places Roger hangs out, and you might run into me down at the laundromat. You never know.
All right. Bob, you there yet? Something's wrong there. I don't know.
I know for a fact you can reach her at minds.com. Username BobDub.
Okay, so I would also like to point out that I am on. I'm usually on all the VoIPs. So if you want to find me on any of the VoIPs, because I don't go to platforms like Facebook or anything like that. I still go to minds.com, which is Roger_Hanson. You can also find me in my group there called Strange Stories, as well as the Minds Roundtable Weekend event that we've been doing. Besides that, I'm on X at Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973, but I don't really do anything but post stuff on there. If I get a response or something, I'll answer it, but I'm very rarely on there. Other than that, I'm on Teams, and I am on Element Matrix at Roger's Hangout, and on Discord, I am at the Wonderful World of Weirdness. You can find me there. If you like this video, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, give us some feedback. Tell us what you think. If you don't have anything to say, just say hello and have a conversation with us in the comment section. You don't really understand how important that is to people who do stuff like this. We really do like having conversations with you. So, Bob Dub, are you back yet? Oh no, something's up.
The technical difficulty show strikes again.
So hopefully we'll get her on later on to give her socials eventually. But I'm gonna go ahead and end the show. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, we'll see you next week. All right, I ended the recording, so the live stream's still going. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put that on the Wonderful World of Weirdness for the first episode this year for
Makes
Cosmic
sense. Yeah.
Wave, and
Yeah.
uh, that was actually really good. I'm glad that I was able to get some feedback from you, and I'm gonna check into that too because one thing I did mess up on was the forms of energy because I'm getting sick of hearing you guys talk your dumb crap.
I want to talk more about brain waves. Remember, Raj, we were talking about that before. Like,
Yeah.
I remember when everybody was into biofeedback, and the
Yeah.
idea was you want your alpha wave, so you're calm and able to think good, and you want the delta wave to sleep. And people used
Right.
to get these machines, right? And you could learn through meditation. And then it was a fad for a while. I thought they were cool. I never had one, but I remember reading about it in the magazines. We read magazines back then, and it was like, wow. And then all of a sudden, I just didn't hear about it anymore.
Yeah.
And I just always kind of wondered about that. They don't talk about alpha waves and theta waves and stuff much anymore. And we should do something like a little dive into like whatever happened to that idea and what's it doing these days? Anyone still working with it? Maybe find someone. I wouldn't mind trying it, to tell you the truth. It looked pretty cool.
I love doing the research on those waves because it's like, well, I actually got carried away with the whole sleep habit when I actually learned from hypnotherapist, a hypnotherapist that Sonia introduced me to, that like instead of focusing on the sleep with theta waves,
Uh-huh.
look more at the alpha waves in the brain because that is where a lot of the stuff is going on when it comes to the brain firing and like the relaxation and stuff like that. I didn't. I was doing research in the wrong direction because I like when you sleep, you go through different phases of sleep habits,
Right.
and there's a deep sleep pattern that when you go into it, it actually cleans the toxins out of the brain while you're asleep. And I was fascinated with that, and I didn't realize that like if you go with alpha and you start doing other areas of the brain when it comes to that, you start tapping into stuff like reincarnation,
Interesting.
which is actually pretty cool. Like they're actually having serious conversations about like these waves and reincarnation and the consciousness, and if our minds are actually local, or if our consciousness is localized, or if it's like a radio signal that's transmitting and receiving consciousness into our brain.
That makes a lot of sense.
It's
Remember I was talking about the thing that the physician who wrote that wonderful article about how science has to start recognizing the evidence for like non-local intelligence, a soul, if you like.
Yeah.
Because they were talking about these guys that had senile dementia with their brains just basically gone, just physically destroyed, just like water. And they would, of course, lose all, cognitive function for the most part. A lot of times they'd become total care people, as we say. And then very often, doctors would notice that just before they died, suddenly they'd be quite conscious. They'd be back. They'd remember everything perfectly. They'd be perfectly rational. And this could sometimes last for hours. And they would generally die shortly after that. And doctors noticed it. And they just never thought, oh, he just got a little better before he died. But as they learned, and they never even reported it much. It was just, yeah, we've all noticed this for years. But then as they started understanding how the brain works, and we have these models, these physical reductionist models that all consciousness is a byproduct, it's an epiphenomenon of brain. This guy said, if you think about it, it's like a person able to think according to this model without a brain is like someone able to breathe without lungs or pump blood without a heart. They should not be able to have these conscious moments by everything reductionist science says. So he says something else is going on here. And that sounds like the brain is an antenna and the consciousness coming back to say goodbye, because it's often very shortly before death. And, so there are evidences out there, You read that wonderful book by George Hanson, The Trickster and the Paranormal. He talks about really concrete work done by parapsychologists, most of which work, I guess, has to do a lot with statistical analysis. So they'll do like the cards and stuff. And, you know, if you get something statistically significant, it might not seem much, but if it's like somebody has 10 or 15% more hits, something's going on there that should not be happening. It seems to work in time. They actually found people that scored very high by trying to, one thing they did, I'm trying to remember the experiment, they were trying to will people to walk through a certain doorway or something. And the way they set up the double blind was not just having them in a different room watching it, but they actually had filmed this happening, right, the day before, and then showed them the film. And they actually were able to affect, apparently, the actions of these people in the past. Now, that was the conclusions they came to anyway. Again, you can see why mainstream scientists would simply say balderdash and dismiss the whole thing, and yet this was a replicated experiment, and you could work on it, but nobody will. There's no department of parapsychology anywhere these days. Duke University had one for a while, but there are very few scientists that are working on it, and usually they're like psychologists that do it in their spare time. Bob, you're back.
Yes, there you are.
I'm back. I'm back in time to say that the thing that you need to be careful about with interpreting that is why that happened. Like, there are a lot of things that happen in mathematics that are totally ridiculous and cannot.
I like
you
that.
can take square root of -1 for goodness sake. There are things that happen every single year. They change the gravitational constant so that all the equations are right for that year.
True.
The gravitational constant
Yeah.
is a variable.
and keyword constant.
Yeah.
Well, the speed of light has different speeds depending on what they measure too.
So it's possible that when you have something like that that proves backward causality, that your maths is wrong.
Oh yeah.
Because we know that events progress. Yeah, the sun goes from that place to that place, it can't go back. And so just the maths shows that it can, means that there's a mistake. And it's, don't assume that science is right just because we've got the maths. We did a statistically significant study to show that sugar is really, really good for you, and the risk of suicide in taking psychiatric drugs is so rare that you shouldn't worry about it. I mean, it's all marketing.
Yeah.
So don't confuse science with marketing.
Now we stopped the recording, but we are live. We are still live streaming. So if you hold up, if you still want to say how people can find you, no, you just said some awesome shit. Don't even cover your mouth. That was great.
Magnificent.
Let everybody know how they can find you, because.
How can you find me? I'm on minds.com as Bob Dub, and I have some videos and things on YouTube.
Okay. You saved that because now we know what your weak spot is. It's statistical analysis. We're gonna come back with some statistical analysis that you can talk about like that, because that was cool. That was actually really cool. I saw you get rowdy, man. That's cool.
Oh, Roger! Never let your guard down on Professor Roger.
Bob Dub gets rowdy over statistical analysis. I love it. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream, man, and I will talk to you guys later. Go get some sleep, and we'll talk later.
Thank you so much. That was such fun. Thanks, guys.